Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, Magic Fan. How are you doing? How's my volume? Hey Mark, how are you doing? Everyone's stopping by, thanks. Is my volume okay? I went to this more hyperactive music channel, so hopefully it's not so bad compared to my voice. And you'll let me know, of course, if it's not amazing. I think the color of my webcam's a little off. See about changing that just a little bit. Contrast is a little weird. Something like that. I need the true answer is that I need a new webcam, but we'll get to that later. So welcome back, everyone. Let's do one more quick check of all of the cams, and then we're gonna get ready to go. So we've got amazing cam, looks pretty well. Chat messages are appearing on screen. Perfect. That's how it should be. Then we've got the full screen browser right there. Hey Stevie, welcome to the stream, and cool to see you today in the game, and cool to have you in the stream. So web browser, so the full screen looks good over here. Web browser's good over there. We might check out stuff online at some point. Very cool hair on, I don't know who that character is, but she's got some cool hair. And then we've got, what is this over here? In the card cam, I have an Innistrad Crimson Vow pre-release pack. So we're going to open up a pre-release pack of the newest set. Didn't I just say that like 2 weeks ago when the last set came out? So we'll open the brand new set of Crimson Vow, Innistrad, Magic the Gathering, Magic : The Gathering, Innistrad : Crimson Vow ! That's what we're gonna open up right here in a little while. I picked this up at a local game shop recently. What about yourself, Mark? Did you do any pre-releases? Is Calico Keep doing okay nowadays? I hope so. After the lockdown and the like. And then we've got the game cam right over here. So as we can see by the schedule, we've got some stuff to do. We've got the gold digging first. Got some of the Cracker Pack from that. I'm gonna do some drafting of the new set. I'm gonna do sealed. I wanna take like a longer loving look at the new cards. This is one of the preview seasons that I didn't really pay too much attention. I've kind of felt in the last couple of sets, maybe 3 sets, I think they're coming a little too fast, too often, and I wasn't as invested in like checking all the cards. So definitely for this set that just came out, I didn't really look at any previews, so I don't know what's new. So we're gonna do sealed, where there's no time limit, where we can look over every single card and talk about it, and we'll play games that way. I've also got a snack chat. I got a snack over here that actually has some relation to the Southern Hemisphere. So we'll see what that's about a little bit later, and probably on the next break, I'm gonna fix myself a little drink. No, not one of these blood cocktail drinks that everyone's drinking in the new set. This one, it'll have less nefarious fillings. All right, so let's do our little first bit of gold digging. We've got play 20 blue or black spells and or attack with 30 creatures. So I'm going to pull up a deck. Maybe just for efficiency, I'll go with my blue-black zombie deck. Let's do the blue-black zombie deck, which has creatures, so I might earn all of the gold all at once. So I haven't kept up with a lot of previews, but I must say, I think I've been very impressed with the art that I've seen, even more than the previous set. They both take place on Innistrad. There was Innistrad Midnight Hunt, focus on werewolves, and then Innistrad Crimson Tide. What am I talking about? The first one was Innistrad Midnight Hunt, and yeah, this one's Crimson Vow. Yeah, what am I talking about? Tide. But Alright, well, this opponent already has they've already gotten to easy mode on turn 1, so I kind of feel like it's going to be a waste to play against them. They got their turn 1 gain life, They're going to summon their commander turn 2. It's going to get a +1. It's going to scry. They're just going to summon creatures very, very easily. Yeah, I've been seeing people with this Trelazara deck is just too good, especially when you get a turn 1 lifelinker, so I'm not going to waste time there. Yes, dice to removal, but let's just play something else. So, what was I saying? The art. I've been very impressed. Like, look at this art right here. Look at that. I think that's Olivia. I don't know. I guess. But look, even that sleeve right there and all of this art for this new set. I've been very impressed with it. And Magic in general has also tried to... Obviously, Magic comes from a company, and a company wants to keep going. They want to keep selling product. Well, you sell more product by getting more people to play your game. You can't just get stuck on one... on only one audience and stick with it forever. You do want to expand and get more people. So Magic has taken a conscious effort around since 2015, 16, 17, around there, to try to make the game more open to everyone and palatable and inclusive and such. And I think that's a good tactic, of course, because it lets them reach more of an audience. One thing that has been a consequence, if you want to argue it, of that approach is that they have toned down a lot of the lad aspect of Magic, which was just a lot of like just over-the-top sexy art or kind of yikes art once in a while. And it's kind of gotten to art that is a little bit more family-friendly. And that's fine. Conversely, I've seen that in these brand new vampire sets, they've really gotten back to the old roots of very eye-catching, very alluring, very I was gonna say thirsty, but I don't even know if I know how to use that word properly. I'm 40 years old. Do I even know how to use the word thirsty? Anyway, I've been noticing a lot of the art there does look kind of from a little bit of a bygone time, and some miss it and others just like play the game and enjoy what you have. So, opponent, what are you up to? You're gonna summon Teysa already? Do I have removal for Teysa? Not yet. Come on, removal for Teysa. Where is my removal? And the opponent is thinking very hard. Okay. Alright, well I can enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature on the battlefield. Okay, well I can copy Teysa once they summon Teysa. I can do that. And then when things die with Kisa, I get to steal them. Or maybe just make another huger zombie. Let's do that. So if they do have removal, they have some targets there that I don't mind losing. Yeah, so they're going to kill that one, which is fine. They lose a life. I gain some... Draw a card. I get a 2/2. Drop a land. Play another creature. Just put my board presence together. Another kill spell. That's fine. I noticed they made these emoji larger. They made the emoji larger. Okay, so they burned through 2 kill spells. Oh man, Liliana. Okay, well, how can I deal with that? I have my own Liliana, but they can't quite battle each other. I've only got 1 zombie, so the minus ability wouldn't even do anything. Hey there, pair. $20. Well, we'll see. We'll see what the RNG has in store for me. This is not quite poker. I don't have the flop to turn into the river at the moment. That's the right way you say that, right? It is Magic the Gathering. This is like 37.2 times better than poker, actually. So, what do we want to do here? I'll just make some creatures. We'll pass for the moment. Nah. Target number of players. Sacrifice to any number of target players. Each lose 2 life. Target any number of players. Submit that. Sacrifice 2 creatures. How about these 2 right here? Sure. Definitely. We're gonna go all in all the time. Ooh, that's what we need. See that? That's what we get for going all in. We're devastating the opponent like never before. Alright, next up here, we can do one of these. Target 1 creature here. Sacrifice this creature here. Grab that. I have so much good stuff, I can't believe it. So when was the last time you bungled your last pair? Pair bungler. Alright, so we've got a scary planeswalker, but I can handle that. They don't know what I've got in my hand. Alright, so I can do a couple of things here. I can destroy all creatures or destroy Planeswalker. I think it'll send more of a message to destroy Planeswalker. Womp womp. And then I bring back my amazing creature. Whenever another creature is put to battlefield, resolve. What are we doing here? Exile your Planeswalker. And then we got that going on. And I'm down to 4 life. YOLO! Let's do that right there. And then do that, and then do that. We get to sacrifice something. I can't draw any more life off of that though. So we're going to decline that, decline that. Sacrifice that. Draw a card off of that. I got 2 mana left. Now that can be minused at the right turn. Actually, I'm going to be out of mana. Man, fine. Let's crack that. Draw a card off of that, and then discard 2 cards. Okay, so yeah, we can live one more turn. Live one more turn, and then extinction event, and we're in business. I know, right? I'm on a hot streak. I just need to show my... I just need to show my Queen's Gambit high level 2, right? Okay, that'll do stuff. So we have odd, odd, even, and even. Let's do an odd off of that. And then we'll do... Can't do anything after that. Just you finished watching an epic story of Liliana. It's done by the lore bears. Is that the video you shared on the Discord? I have it on my queue. Oh, look at that. It's like the Spider-Man meme, and that we're both going to be pointing at each other because we both have the exact same card now. But anyways, if that's the one you shared on the, they're gonna do the big brain tech right here, where they're going to sacrifice their own thing right there. Draw a card off of that. Get a million things over there. But anyway, yeah, I've got that in the on my queue to watch that. Pay 2 life. Nah. Alright, so they have 2 mana left. They could sacrifice... Yeah, this is game over. They need to sacrifice their creature just like that, and then they'll attack me like that, so let's not give them the joy of that. They got a lot of stuff on their side of the board that added up pretty well. Didn't get enough of my removal in time, but tomorrow is another day. I know I need to do the reverse Uno to flip him around and banish them to the Shadow Zone. Alright, so that's pretty bad opening there. No, actually I have the Power Word Kill. They're gonna go first. I guess we'll keep this. So we have Power Word Kill ready for that, but then after that I need to just get good lands. No need to save that Bojuka Bog. Well, I guess I can exile their Fabled Passage. That'll show them. Turn 2, Ghoulish Procession, although that's useful when I've got creatures. Let's see if they do their mana. Yep, there's their mana dork. Okay, got a target for that. Turn 3. Eventually I can copy something. What if I copied their own Phylath? Their own big scary creature now became on my side. Oops, got another one of those. Sure. Pausing on red, so they must have a shock. Don't have much to do on my side. They missed the land drop. If I get my 4th mana, so lucky. Alright, as for myself, let's bring out a blocker. Phylath already. Alright, so yeah, just another bad hand over here. Missing. This deck has got plenty of removal, but I'm missing. Been missing it all. Shout out to Emancipation thing that does nothing. That only does something on a red deck, right? If a searching creature would deal damage to a permanent. Oh, okay, fine. I thought it was only for red decks, but I guess any deck can play it. So, alright, well, let's go ahead and do that, and then we will do that. Let's clean up the chat right here. There we go. So I knew that there was something fishy with that. I knew there was something wrong with that. Weird chatter, so let's just remove them. Get back to having real conversation. There we go. Alright, so yeah, Phylath definitely can get out of hand, and right there with their acceleration, they got, even though they missed the land drop, they still got the Phylath. If I had my removal, then game over there. So anyway, shout out to Yoshi, Yoshi Islander, who was on my podcast previously, and she just put it on the Discord that she reached 7 wins on Crimson Vow Sealed, and so right here, just gave her a quick shout out. So excited started off not liking how limited feels. Love Chunks is the opponent. That's funny. So we got some stuff to do here. Grazilax, Illithid Scholar. Illithid Scholar is the opponent. So let's get another land. So 3 mana, 4 mana. Do I want my 4th mana? Nothing to do just yet. Let's bring out one of these. That'll be good right there. And then play a Serarek, which I already know what's coming. So we'll start to jump over here. Gain a little life. They're going to surveil into something. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's do some of that. And then we will have them. They got their Grazilax already. So how about one of these? And they get to decide which opponent, or the opponent gets to decide which of their precious creatures that they have to sacrifice. It's not that bad. The sprite is useful for surveilling, but I guess... And then what else? I think it could have done that a little better. The auto tap sometimes. Oops, one of those search for us Kanta. So obviously they need to program a lot in order to get everything to work. We got double blue, double blue, double blue. But I think we'll be okay. Let's see if they don't counter this. Not alternate cost. Alright, I guess when you play a mono blue player, you're definitely going to run into counter spells. Draw another thing off of that. We'll see if it's feasible to... We're just going to keep drawing cards. So if they counter that, then we know that's just a handful of counter spells. So obviously that won't be... Alright, no counter spell for that. I really need to go back to Dominaria and have sets from Land of War Tribes, Ebon Hand. They are gonna have. They did reveal on the last show of. They did reveal on their last sort of preview of what cards are coming that they're gonna have a couple of. Yeah, I'm not getting any removal. That's amazing. Okay. But they're going to have a couple of Dominaria-focused decks coming soon. So they're going to block with their bird. Oh, I guess not. Okay. Weakening them is good. Then we'll play... Not getting... Not exactly getting the removal that I need just yet. They've got Ascanta, they've got card draw, they've got a Planeswalker. I've got a lot that I need to dismantle. So they're at 6 mana. That's probably, they're gonna probably do their take an extra turn. Now they have a 4/4. They're gonna pass with 6 open mana, 6 open blue mana and card draw. So I guess is another matchup. Alright, so I need another board wipe. That's just a land. Okay. Well, the luck of the draw. I believe it's called Dominaria... The Brothers War or Dominaria Rising, something like that. They did this big presentation and they talked about all of the things coming soon. 2022, that is. And they had a couple of slots in there for... Alright, so here's another annoying deck. Is it that everyone's playing annoying decks, or is that it's teaming me up with annoying decks? Or maybe I'm too thin-skinned nowadays, I guess. So that's a 7/6 with haste, and then when it connects, they get to have that many free dinosaurs. Obviously I have removal in hand, and I need it the most for their big commander. Got 2 removal, okay. So we'll see about building into it. I have this Rise of the Dark Realms, which is pretty amazing. 9 mana to steal everyone's creatures from the graveyard. I hardly get to use it, though. Is that Godzilla set getting any more future support? No, that's the thing. That Godzilla... Okay, wait. If we're talking about Ikoria, which had Godzilla cards... then yeah, eventually they're going to have more Ikoria support. But if we're talking about the special Godzilla lands and such, that is from a secret layer. And the secret layers is if you don't buy them when they're new, then you missed out, unfortunately. Ikoria, okay, yeah. So yeah, it came out in 2020, and I would love to look at some sort of spreadsheet or something that shows how fast things come out. But we would see in there that some things come out relatively soon and some things after a long time. I got the Death Corona Godzilla as well, and I got it in foil. So it looks really nice and foily. So obviously they're probably just gonna run me down on life because they're like, you're holding up all your mana, and of course I'm not gonna cast my commander with all of that counterspell mana. That was the one that just as the coronavirus was happening, Wizards of the Coast had to put out a statement about it that we print these cards, we design these cards and print them far in advance, and we had no idea that the world would be brought to its knees by the coronavirus. So we're sorry. We're sorry that we thought of a. We're sorry that we named a card years ago and printed it months ago, and now it's affecting the world. Yeah, I would definitely, instead of thinking about it, I would definitely go for it, because some sets, after they come out, let's say you buy a box, they're approximately $99. And then if you wait longer, depending on the set, some of them just get way more expensive. So it might just, you might want to go for it and get a set already, get a box, or get a bundle. Bundles are $40. And that comes with 10 boosters. Actually, nowadays they come with 8 boosters. So thank you, Wizards of the Coast. And here's one of the cards from the new set. What does this guy do? He's a 1/4 flying. When this enters the battlefield, put up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard on top of your library. Okay, there's nothing in the graveyard, so they won't do anything yet. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card. You may reveal it. If it's a creature that's big, reveal it and then transform. Okay, so we're going to have a lot of randomness there. Let's see. They need to do some setup before Runo Sturmkirk gets good. I doubt they'll summon it this next turn, and even if they do, I have an answer for it. Okay, so they're cursing me with something or other. What does this Curse of Leeches do again? This permanent transforms into Curse of Leeches, attach it to a player. At the beginning of each other player's upkeep, they lose 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay, so it's just going to keep leeching me. Eventually, when it becomes day or night, that'll transform into something else. So, okay. I guess. I guess they won't play anything on their turn, and then they get a leech, I guess, and then they have mana open. Okay, so no leech. Free spell for 2, so I can save my Doomblade for the right time. Let's bring this out. They think I don't have a lot of mana, but then maybe something will happen. I'll be taking that. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile at the beginning of your upkeep, put all creature cards exiled with Gisa on the battlefield. Hey, wait a minute. Why didn't it automatically put it? At the beginning of your upkeep, put all creature cards exiled with Gisa onto the battlefield. Why didn't I did that on their turn? I think we found a bug here. On their turn, at the end of their turn, I killed their creature. And then it went into exile, and then it became my turn. It was my upkeep, and I should have stolen it with Gisa. So what's that about? Weird. Okay. Fine. Let's just press on. And they might have board wipe mana next turn. That's fine. I doubt they'll pass and let that leech transform. Yep, see, there you go. Look at the top X cards, where X is the amount of mana spent. Put 2 of them to your hand and the rest away. Fine, you're at a point that you have only 1 mana to play, and I can summon my commander, and then I'll suddenly +1 all my zombies. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 14. There we go. Give me that free leech, right? Huh, it didn't do it again. What am I missing here? It looked like it paused for Gisa. At the beginning of your upkeep, put all creature cards exiled with Gisa. If a creature An opponent controls would die. Exile it instead. That's what happened. I Doombladed it. At the beginning of your upkeep, put all creature cards exiled with Gisa onto the battlefield under your control. They gain Decayed. Yeah, it did it again. I think there's a bug because my As Foretold is confusing things because that lets me cast cards for free. And it's getting confused, and it should be giving me that free worm. They probably have a counter spell. They're waiting to counter my commander, which I guess doesn't matter. Okay. Maybe they still have some murder or Doomblade or something. Well, Doomblade doesn't work with black creatures. Anyway, here's a whole bunch of damage. I guess they have just cast down or something. Yeah, they're going to cast down. The 6/6. Nope. Baleful Mastery and draw me a card. Oops, they have to go to the alternative cost. Fine. That gave me a free land. And we'll wait on casting anything more just in case. They have enough mana to do the Blood on the Snow. Oops, okay, instead they don't quite have everything. Okay, finally, that's like 5 games of losses. Red goes 70. Can do one of our patented chop meat for dinner. Oh, okay. What is? Are you gonna put together like some? Well, never mind. Sorry, you got your hands full. So I'll ask you when you come back. But remember to answer this. What exactly are you putting together? And now the time zone has changed, right? So right now it's 8:36 p.m. Pacific time. How did that affect all of you in New Zealand? Because you don't have the archaic daylight savings time BS that we have to deal with, which makes me do a little side detour. Let's go to the web and let's go to look up daylight saving time. Get some quick info on this junk. So daylight savings time regions: Northern Hemisphere summer, Southern Hemisphere summer. Formerly used daylight savings time, never used daylight savings time. It's 5:36. Did that change? Well, it's out of my context as well. So did that change your time from when you were normally visiting? So DST, daylight time, summertime, is the practice of advancing clocks typically by 1 hour during warmer months so that darkness falls at a later clock time. The typical implementation is to set clocks forward by 1 hour during spring and set them back in autumn to return to standard time. So right now it's Pacific Standard Time. As a result, there's one 23-hour day late in winter and one 25-hour day in autumn. The idea of aligning hours to daylight to conserve candles was first proposed by 1784 by Benjamin Franklin. In a satirical letter to the editor of the Journal of Paris, Franklin suggested that waking up earlier in the summer would economize candle usage and calculated conservable savings. In 1895, New Zealand entomologist and astronomer George Hudson seriously proposed the idea of changing clocks by 2 hours every spring to the Wellington Philosophical Society. He wanted to have more daylight hours to devote to collecting and examining insects. Though the idea received some serious consideration in 1907 in the UK, when British resident William Willett presented it as a way to save energy, it was never implemented. And then in the 1970s, energy crisis. The U.S. observes it except for a few states and the Navajo Nation. Rationale. Victory. Congress passes daylight savings bill. Get your hoe ready. Love that. What's that art style? It's like Art Nouveau. That's the style that I'm looking for. It's a bit of an Art Nouveau style. 1 hour of extra daylight. And then there's Uncle Sam. Passing out hose. Throwing his hat up in the air. Classic World War I attire. Alright, that's enough time that we are ever going to devote to daylight savings time. I hate it. I think it really messes up the world. And beef for a Cantonese stir fry sounds good. You have a whole wok and everything to make it really authentic. So yeah, daylight savings time. More like dumb light savings time. I'm not a fan. It's so artificial. It just is so archaic in the 21st century. And the disruption in people's sleep schedules. And I know people love to, when people are younger, they love to hang on to the idea of, I get an extra hour. Not really, there's just 24 hours. But we get placeboed into thinking that. Alright, so they go first. They can summon their commander. Turn 1. I used to have one years ago. Never really used it, so I donated it. Yeah, exactly. Back in the day, it might have meant some sense with saving candles and the like. Sacrifice another creature, draw a card, transform. Okay, so you need to sacrifice, you need 3 mana and some other creature to sacrifice, so we'll just wait a bit. This is the mono white. Oh, there's another creature. They're not going to sacrifice that. Ha ha. Although if they sacrifice their own artifact, my spell fizzles and then I can't scry. So that would be the optimal play there. Yep, fine. Oh no, I guess I still get to scry. Card draw, sure. Here's one of the new sleeves they had on sale for a limited time. These Halloween-themed sleeves for each one of the mana symbols, and I ended up buying them. I like them. They're all kind of this interesting cartoony style. The skull is cool, but it's weird that the teeth are like perfectly rectangular, where everything else is kind of organic, and it makes it look like it's look like it's digital teeth, but everything else is organic. All right, as myself here, I guess we'll just do a board wipe. They're getting ahead. Although they'll be able to... See, this is a bluff right here. I'm gonna hover over my card to make them think I've got something. Fine. Yeah, pay your mana, be greedy. Good, you got greedy. Alright. So we'll slow them down a bit. Next turn I can summon Oketra. Alright, next turn Oketra, and then Ornithopter of Paradise. Start making some zombies. What does this apprentice do? Magecraft whenever you do something life. Sure. Alright, we got Valentine back. Yep, that's a big boy. So let's make a zombie. Let's attack. And then we'll exile their commander one more time. Yep, it's a 1-mana commander no longer. So I've got a bunch of mana. I've got my big ol' creature. Exquisite Blood does something. Who cares? Alright, we got an Ajani. Let's do some massive damage. Let's get an old Pride Mate out, drop a globe, and keep that land just for bluffing. 4/4 zombie blocker. They've got a lot of mana too. Now what does this thing do again? Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. Oh man, Liliana. Okay, they're gonna do a double, probably do a double kill. Who cares? I've got plenty to block now. They're gonna make a zombie. Oh, each player sacrifices a creature is fine. Had to sacrifice my poor Johnny's Pride Mate. Clack Bridge. Who cares? Well, I have settled the wreckage, so okay. They're gonna rage quit after this. They are gonna rage quit. No, I do not want to sacrifice anything. Will you attack? I don't think you're gonna attack. You need blockers. And that's pretty much game over. We do have 2 untapped mana, so that could be a Doomblade or whatever. Attack you with your own goats. Well, yep, attack them with their own little goat. I can't believe these are 0/1s. Those horns definitely makes them feel that they're at least 1/1s. Thank you. We'll do another one of these. Alright, so we're getting there. After I finish getting the gold here, I'll take a little break. We'll get into our first hour pause. I'll go get me a drink. Then we'll start to open up these cards. Got some brand new cards. These are the very first cards I'm ever going to open from this new set. Let's get the full screen right here. So Idnistrad, Crimson Vow, pre-release pack. My very first look at these cards physically. I've played a little bit on Arena, but no drafts or anything. But this will be my first look at them in real time. Old Stick Fingers. They go first. That is an X mana opponent. Sure, we'll see what happens here. So I have the Conclave Tribunal. Yeah, it's ooh, this is the gross part of this deck. I almost feel bad playing it, but it's turn 1 lifelink creature and then turn 2 a Johnny's Pride Mate. So it just gets bigger and bigger as you gain more life. Anyway, about collecting again. Yeah, on the one hand, it is very cool to keep up with the cards, but they do come out so often in advance that the it can get out of hand. Whoops, that's a 3/3 now, and if they block... The last set you bought was... Yeah, that was a while ago. That was Theros Beyond Death. Oh man, Troll. See, that's a big old scary 4/4, but I've got a 4/4 as well. So obviously they won't block that. It's for the greater good of... See, that troll is cool because it dies and then becomes an enchantment, and then when it dies again, it becomes a troll again. But if you exile it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, yes, it is for the greater good of the streamitude. Now here, Vorinclex, not good. And I'm not going to get any more counters. Vorinclex is negating all my counters, so I'm going to have to use this blocker here. Hopefully they don't do a bite or something, but Vorinclex... I have removal for it, of course, I just need to draw into it. So Vorinclex doubles their counters, but decreases my counters. Don't tell me you have one final pacifism. Alright, so they're passing, and then I can't even do my Ajani. It's really annoying. They're really shutting me down with that. Like, I have two creatures that really love lifelink. Okay, fine. Even though I'm not going to get life out of them, I'm still going to make zombies. I guess I'll live with that. That would have been such a big Ajani's Pride mate, but the Vorinclex is shutting it all down. Fine. If I can't do creature removal, I'll do player removal. And then I've got double zombies to block that Vorinclex. Hopefully they don't get anything good, like a removal spell. Well, even if it's a removal spell, I could triple block. I'll triple block for Vorinclex. At least I'm still gaining life. If I can make it to 40 life. Alright, so they're going to do their exile stuff. Okay, I guess if you think that a 6/6 is unstoppable always, you would blindly attack with it, but when you got 2 4/4s to block with that are expendable, Thank you. We can do this maybe. I don't know if this is... I don't know if you're all able to do this, but I can do this. I can make the VMCGG. It looks weird on the recording, but on the chat it should be good. Can you guys see that actually? If I put my little emoji there, or did it look... I know on the recording it looks weird, but in the chat box I think it looks normal. You were able to see it, okay. So we've got Kaikar, Wind's Fury, it's a 3/3, it's a flying bird wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a spirit. Sacrifice a spirit to turn it into red. Okay. Does stuff. We got SRAM. SRAM is good. Alright, next turn. If I get my third mana, Soul Warden, or either, or whenever another creature enters, gain a life. Yeah, either one of those. Soul Warden and Impassioned Orator are both very good. Alright, what are you doing? Mind Stone, then you still have one red mana open. I got cursed with something. What does that curse do? Enchanted player. Whenever enchanted player casts a spell other than the first spell they cast each turn, it deals 2 damage to them. I don't know, these curses kind of don't seem as strong as people think that they are. So I get cursed on that, but I get life on that. Get that. Go in for some damage there. Alright, so my Warden, if they summon their Kaikar, I will get life off of Soul Warden. Make that even bigger. Ooh, got another curse. Okay. Got a lot of curses going on in this deck, I guess. Curse Tribal. At the beginning of enchanted player's upkeep, any number of target players other than... Okay, so yeah, they get to draw a card because I've been cursed. Fine. When they get to draw 2 because they put 2 curses on me. Amazing. Okay. Missing a land drop. Missing another land drop. Okay. Okay, back to 25 life. Next turn, I guess I'll try to summon Oketra. Brainstorming. Let's look at their sleeves. I think they have some cool sleeves. I think that's the World Tree from Kaldheim set. The Norse mythology inspired set. Hopefully they tap out because they're going to draw 2 cards. Oh man. Fine, they're going to lock that down. 3 mana left. And they're using it up. Okay. No blocks. Draw 2 off of that. Alright, there we go. Although they could definitely turn this around. They have a lot of cards. They have a lot of card draw advantage. Although if they're only relying on Kaikar, they need to do other stuff that affects the board. Solemn. Okay, they're kind of reaching, I guess. Go get a land. They have 4 mana left. 4 mana open. So now that we're all here on the stream together, where you can tell me your fuller answer, then committing it to a comment on the YouTube. What does everyone think of that review of that vintage magazine that I reviewed recently? I dare not say its name just in case, but I don't want to get demonetized. Nothing's gonna happen, don't worry. But did anyone browse the video a bit to see how that magazine from 1958 was? My poor little hallowed priest. Look how big it is. They'll block with their Solemn, draw a card. They've got lots of cards in hand. Fine. One less blocker. I have a 4/4 in the air. I've got 36 life. I've got lethal next turn versus the opponent, although they have the advantage. They've got full mana. They've got lots of cards in hand. They're playing red, blue, and white, so they could have a board wipe. They could have a what's that one? Board wipe. Guess they're still gonna try to get some advantage or something. Settle the wreckage. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, they do have double white. Now, if I can get my disenchant, well, that's not even going to help. I was going to say, if I can get my disenchant, I could disenchant my 20/20, but the problem with that is alright, so we'll just throw... Yeah, 40 life means nothing. They have the complete advantage. It's an uphill battle. They have every card. They have so many cards in hand for so many answers. They have all the mana that they need. So I'm at the disadvantage. Now I just need to throw everything here. I need to throw everything at them. They're just going to make another chump blocker. They have a 7/7 first strike. I'm going to need to wipe the board. And then we'll see about trying to rebuild. Fumigate would have been good. Then I would have been able to wipe all of that. Alright, we got our gold digging for the day. The mastery tree. There's actually some cool sleeves to claim. On the last set, I didn't pick any of the... I didn't have the upper hand. They had like 15 cards in hand, meaning answers. They had all the mana that they needed for it. They had a commander that was just making more blockers. Just by having 40 life doesn't mean I've got the upper hand. I had 2 cards in my hand and they had like 15. The way you have an upper hand in Magic is not by life, is by the number of cards. So the last set, there were no good sleeves in the mastery tree, but this time there's a lot of cool ones. Blood Petal Celebrant, Anj, Maid of Dishonor, Olivia's Attendants, Runo Sturmkirk, and Edgar Markov. So all of these are really cool. Now here's the annoying thing. It's so easy for Wizards to put out so much. It could be easy for Wizards to put out so much goodwill in their game, and here's yet another example where they don't do that. I didn't claim any of the mastery items last season, and I was storing up like 5 orbs, which are hard to get. Just hard in that it takes time to get them. I stored up 5 of them. I never used them on the last season because I didn't like any of the rewards. Well, here's the new season, and all of those orbs go away. So it costs Wizards nothing to let us keep our orbs and bank them for future rewards. But instead they reset the system, and so I have to start over. So I'm thinking, I like that Markov sleeve also a lot. I'm thinking of claiming that one. Now I do have to go through 4 cards that I don't care about at all before I can get that one. But yeah, I think that's the one I'll go for. I want them all, but it's only you can only get them through orbs. You can only get orbs like right here after I've played 5. After I've done 5 days, I guess. There was one, and then 15 comes the next one, and then 25 the next one, and then 45 the next one, and then 65 the next one. So if my calculations are right, I won't be able to get that until the 5th orb, and that 5th orb, what did we say that was? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 65 days, I'll have enough orbs to get that Edgar sleeve. And then after that, there's no more orbs. Now, if you pay for their Mastery Pass, you can get orbs way faster. You can get 2 orbs there, and then another orb there. You can get so many orbs by paying us for digital products. But if you don't pay, you can spend 65 days to earn 1 sleeve. That's fine. I get enough free stuff from them. So, okay, we're going to go for the Edgar sleeve. So, everyone, mark your calendar. 65 days from now, I'll be able to claim that. I'll claim it on the stream. Well, I guess not 65 days. 60 days, because I'm already at level... worthless. I'm already at level... what level am I at? I'm at level 7. Okay, so only 65 minus 7 days left till I get that. In the store, are there any good... daily deals? No good daily deals. And then I have... oh, I have 6 virtual packs to open. Okay, we're going to take the break. We're going to take our first break. I'm going to mix myself a little drink. We'll do a cracker pack, and we'll also open virtual packs. Now before that, before I forget, I also want to show this. We're going to have eventually this snack chat. And here's one of these... here's one of these apple raspberry dried fruit bars. So basically they take fruit and they mash and they smash it together to make a bar out of it. And it doesn't have any extra ingredients or anything. Which is good. But here's what I thought was interesting about this. If you get in really closely here, and if the focus behaves, let's see if you can all see something here. What does that say there? Product of New Zealand. I would love to know more of the backstory, but I didn't see anything else in the package over here about what more New Zealand, like what actual factory. They don't say anything except for distributed and sold exclusively by Trader Joe's, Monrovia, California. Store in a cool, dry place. Product of New Zealand. So this came, Mark, right from your backyard. 10,000 kilometers from your home to mine, and we're gonna have a little bite of it a little bit later for snack chat. I think this is also known as fruit leather. I hear that name sometimes there. Yeah, it's got to be the main factory, right? It's the main factory in New Zealand. And then shipped off to California. So that's what's coming up on our next snack chat in a little bit. And, oh, what's that? You had the builder down the road drop off $500 worth of wood. That's a lot of wood to chuck if you were a woodchuck. So, haven't seen these in a while. I haven't had one in a while. I definitely remember them more in school, but they've still been around. I haven't had one. I still see them, but I just haven't had one in a long time. And it seems like very elastic because it comes back to its normal shape, which is, I don't know if that's a sign, a good sign or a bad sign. But all right, let's take our first break. Be back in a bit. All right, everyone, we are back. So, Got my drink. We're gonna open some packs of magic cards. And we'll switch over to the card cam. Thank you. And we'll start to open this up. So Innistrad, Crimson Vow, the latest and greatest set in Magic. But they focus on vampires. I believe it's the fourth? Is it the fourth or the third return to Innistrad? Well, it depends how you count, because there was the original Innistrad block, and then there was Shadows over Innistrad block, and then now they just had Innistrad Midnight Hunt a couple of months ago, and now Innistrad Crimson Vow. It's just so weird that they're putting two sets so close together. But we must grease the wheels of capitalism with the blood of the workers. Alright, so here we've got the die. It's blue, which I would have thought they would have done some sort of red dye and the like. And the symbol, I kind of don't like the symbol for the set. It looks very juvenile. It looks like it wasn't... If you think back of the classic symbols, the Fallen Empire's symbol, the Arabian Nights symbol, it was just a relatively simple shape. And here it's a bat, kind of, but it looks kind of like the axe for Kaldheim. And so the set for Forgotten Realms, the set symbol for Forgotten Realms and Midnight Hunt are so similar. I was mixing up my cards when I was organizing them yesterday. And this one, I fear, feels a lot like the Kaldheim symbol as well, so I'm sure I'm going to mix these up. And in the pre-release pack, we've got a special pack that we'll open up in a moment. Plus, it's also got here the 2021 gold stamp. We'll see this card fully in a little bit. So we got the die. We've also got the deck divider. Here's a little bat. It's coming right for you. And then some boosters that we will be opening up as the night goes on. Let's open up 2 for the moment, and then we'll get back to some gameplay. Crimson Vow. Alright, so probably need to fix my focus. Just one moment. Bloody Betrayal. Wow, these names are starting to get interesting. Okay, just a moment. Let me configure my webcam here for optimal crack-a-package. Go like this and focus. Okay, so Bloody Betrayal, 3-mana sorcery, gain control of target creature, untap it gains haste, and create a blood token. So the brand new artifact, blood tokens, is an artifact that you pay 1, you tap it, you discard, and then you draw a card. So blood has usage. Serpentine Ambush, 2-mana instant. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a blue serpent with base power 5 fire. That's cool. Take your 1/1 Llanowar elf and turn it into a 5/5 temporarily. Flavor text. The merchant did guarantee the new bait would bring in something big. Nebelgast Beguiler, 5-mana, 2/5 spirit. Pay 1 and a tap a creature, so Icy Manipulator on a 2/5. A moment of distraction, an hour off course. Toxic Scorpion, that sounds pretty epic. 2-mana, 1/1, Death Touch. When this enters the battlefield, another target creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. I like that. You pass Death Touch onto your other creature for temporarily. Why? You want the venom? Collect it yourself. I'm not losing another pair of Dragonhide Gloves, Old Rutstein. This is a new character that they've been putting on some flavor text in this set. Oh, here's the bat. Courier Bat, 3 mana, 2/2 bat, flying. When it enters, if you gained life this turn, return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So, yep, bring stuff back. Swarms of bats poured from Lurenbron Fortress, carrying wedding invitations to vampires of every bloodline. So what's also happening in this set is that Olivia Valdarin, one of the vampires, is getting married. I don't know how Soren gets into the story, but Olivia's getting married, and I don't know who they're marrying at all, but it's all like kind of wedding themed, vampire weddings and stuff. Nature's Embrace, 3 mana, enchant a land or a creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +2. As long as it's a land, it makes 2 mana. I like that. So it gives a creature +2/+2, or it gives you 2 mana. Syncopate. Syncopate is back. Counterspell unless the opponent pays X. Yeah, I think you might like these a lot. These are a cool style. So, counter the spell unless they pay X, and then also exile it. Fool, can't you see the tide has turned against you? That sounds completely like an anime quote from insert anime here, but that is definitely... yeah, exactly. Syncopate was back on Ixalan, so I don't think they've printed it since then, maybe? No, I actually think they printed it in Dominaria, but then they haven't printed it since then, and that was 2017. Looks familiar. Oh, here we go. Here's Evolving Childs, the new art. That's an in-joke. If people don't play with me and Stevie and the other guys in real life, you don't know what the in-joke is. Anyway, spend too much time scanning the shadows for evil and you'll never see the beauty our world has to offer. You still have the old art. How do you like them, comparing them? I don't remember how the old art looks, but how do you like comparing the arts on both? Okay, next we've got a flip card, Desperate Farmer, 3 mana, Human Peasant, and it's a 2/2 with lifelink. When another creature you control dies, transform this. So if it flips, it becomes a Human Knight as a 4/3 with lifelink. Flavor text here. A tragic moment pushed him to a blasphemous act. He had to, I guess, eat his own horse or something. And then when it flips over, once he'd tasted the dark power, there was no turning back. So now he's riding a zombie horse. Let me just respond to this text here, one moment. Alright, so then we've got the bride's gown. See, who would have ever thought that one day in Magic you would be able to wear a bride's gown. Hey Gabe, how's it going? Going very good. We're opening some packs of the newest set, Innistrad Crimson Vow. I don't know if you've had a chance to play with these cards yet. I know you like to stop by... What's the name of the game place in the mall? Fanboy Gaming, right? I don't know if you've had a chance to play with the new cards yet. So we got Bride's Gown, 2 mana, artifact equipment. Yeah, Fanboy Gaming. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. It gets an additional +0/+2 and has first strike, as long as it also has the equipment Groom's Finery. Equip it for 2. So you give your creature +2/+0. Yeah, I was saying earlier on the stream that I'm really liking the art a lot in this new set. I spoke too soon, because this one I cannot tell what's going on here. I still like it, but I can't tell what's going on here. Some sort of creature. Wandering Mind. That's it. Well, it's a horror. 3 mana. 2/1, flying. When this enters the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-creature, non-land from it and put it into your hand. Otherwise, put them at the bottom. So it gets you a free card. I've been loving how upgraded they do the art. Yeah, they're taking old cards and then upgrading them with newer art. That's always a cool way. Even this right here, these trees, like this art is also amazing. These trees, and they look like hands, and we're in the forest, but we can also have these red tones, and then we have the green tones of the will-o'-the-wisp. The art is just next level. I really think on this latest set, I've enjoyed it a lot more. It's always very good, but I just really feel that it really stands out in this new set. It's an enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1 on this. No, on target creature. Then, if that creature has toughness 6 or greater, transform this. This is the Dormant Grove. As the natural cycle of day and night grew twisted, old powers stirred deep in the Ulvenwald. So when this flips over, what do we get? We get Gnarled Grove Strider, a Treefolk, 3/6 vigilance. Other creatures you control have vigilance. So when you make a creature big enough, this flips over and gives all your creatures vigilance. Far from the blood-soaked wedding, unseen by human eyes, a long slumbering force arose to protect its home. It's the scariest tree I've ever seen. And we're getting to the rare. Hive Heart Shaman, 4 mana, Human Shaman, 3/5. Whenever this attacks, you may search your library for a basic land that doesn't share a land type with a land you control. Put that card into the battlefield. Alright, so if you already have a forest on the battlefield, you cannot go get another forest. So then this is limited. This is limited because obviously we've only got 5 land types, so this can only let you tutor. This only lets you attack. You can only go get a land when you attack, and you've only got the 5 land types to choose from. You want to get some of the Innistrad. This set or the previous set, because they're both Innistrad sets. 6 mana, create a 1/1 green insect creature token, put X on it, where X is the number of basic land types. Activate only as a sorcery. Yeah, this is so much work for nothing. You get 4 mana for a 3/5. Okay, I guess it's a good blocker. Then you must attack to go get a land, but it cannot be the same land as before. And then eventually play 6 mana to make a 1/1. And then I guess if you've got all 5 kinds of lands, then you give +5/+5 to that one bug that you made. It's a lot of setup. But shoot for the moon. Next up, we're gonna continue the full art lands. Remember, we had all those beautiful full art lands from before. I believe all of these are new art. We can actually confirm in a moment. I think it's new art. I don't think they reused the same art from the previous set. But here we have. It is gonna be arena in one moment, but we are doing welcome Rubber Duck. It is arena, but we're just doing a crack-a-pack for the moment, and then we'll get back to arena because I got a pre-release pack. Welcome to the stream. So we got the beautiful full art lands here. I don't know if these are the same arts. I don't think they're the same arts. Yeah, this is the new Innistrad. Yep, this is the new Innistrad set. Then we got a foil Drog Skull Infantry. Amazing foil treatment on that. And this is a 2 mana 2/2. Sorry for blinding you all, but it's foil. Blame the foil. It's a 2/2. When it dies, you can summon it again for 4 mana. He swore to protect the moorlands. A little thing like death was no excuse to break his oath. And then when they come back as a Drog Skull Armament. So now when things die and when they come back, This looks amazing. Look at how the foil this is one of my favorite foils that I've ever seen. The sword looks like it's actually full of power, and the shield. They really did a good job on this foil, I think. Yep, we'll be here. So when it dies and you disturb it, it comes back as an enchantment. Welcome back, Mark. I'm just fanboying over this foil here. I think this is one of the most beautiful foils I've seen in a long time. I love how the light catches it on the... Look at that. When it catches it there on the sword, doesn't that look so good? And then when the light catches on the shield, I think that looks good. And then his face is all illuminated as well. This is one of my favorite foils I've seen. When he could no longer carry on, he imparted his strength to the one who took up his duty. Next up, we have an insect token. Very scary bug. On the back side, we have, okay, so this tells you the draft archetypes. When you go draft, it gives you ideas on how to draft well. And then we got the proxy card, which I'm sure they do connect. And that was my first booster pack right there. So we got more to open up. We'll open up more in a moment. Actually, what do you all think? Let's vote. I have another one. Tell me what you want. Should we go back to the game, back to Arena, or should we open up one more foil? We're going to open them all eventually, but do we want to open another pack or back to Arena? Vote now in the chat. As I take a drink from my beverage. We have one vote for Arena. Anyone else? We got one vote for one more pack. Who will be the tiebreaker? We got one vote for Arena, one vote for pack. Who will break the tie? This is democracy in action. Come on, everyone. We need one more vote. Back to the game or one more pack? We'll open it, of course, a little later if we don't open it now, but we need one more vote. You don't want to disappoint sexy Soren right here as he's on his way to the wedding of the millennium. One more vote. Here's the new Wizards logo. I don't know if I love it. It's just, it says Wizards of the Coast in a very interesting font. Well, I guess we'll default to back to the game. Let's play the game for a little bit, and then we'll get back to the Cracker Pack in just a moment. I'll open this booster pack here. And then we'll play Inspired Idea. So cards, so many of the cards in the new set have now a lot of cleavage. And I'll explain that when I get back to that in a moment. Okay, let's play some Sealed Crimson Vow. And this is where we can take the long, loving look at all the cards, because we're not on a time limit. So let's see some cards. Open it up. What are all the rares we got? Splendid Reclamation, 4-mana sorcery. Return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Okay, if I'm doing some sort of self-mill, I can bring back a lot of lands for some reason. We have Henrika Damnathi. 4-mana, 1/3 vampire, flying. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one that hasn't been chosen. So you've got 3 possibilities. They will all be chosen eventually. Each player sacrifices a creature. Okay. You draw a card and lose 1 life. Transform Henrika. Okay. I guess at the beginning of combat. So I guess if you really, really, really need a symmetrical sacrifice effect, you can choose the first one. Most of the time, I guess, I would do the card draw, and then next time I would do the transform. So then she transforms. Flying, Death Touch, Lifelink. For 3 mana, each creature you control with Flying, Death Touch, and or Lifelink gets +1. So it's got +1 on your creatures. Okay, really cool card there, I think, in black. Then we've got Voice of the Blessed, 2 mana, 2/2, Spirit Cleric. Whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on this. Okay, so it's a Johnny's Pridemate. As long as Voice of the Blessed, is it blessed or blessed? Is it blessed when it has the accent mark? As long as Voice of the Blessed has 4 or more +1s on it, it has Flying and Vigilance. As long as it has 10 or more, it has Indestructible. Okay, so gain life, put counters on it, and then stuff happens when you have counters. Interesting. So this would go together with some life gain strategies. Dig Up, green mana. Search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. And here's the new mechanic, Cleavage. A lot of these cards have a lot of cleavage. If you pay the alternate cost of Cleave, you get to remove, some people are saying it's like overload, but not really, because you're removing clauses in the card rather than simply replacing a word like Overload did when it was return a permanent. With Cyclonic Rift, it's return all permanents. So Overload is just replacing one word. Cleave is you can just delete completely whole parts of the sentence. So for 1 green mana, go get a basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand. If instead you pay 4 times the mana, ignore the brackets. Search your library for a card, reveal it. No. Search your library for a card, comma, put it into your hand, then shuffle. So you get to go Demonic Tutor for 4 mana in a green deck. In a Gruul deck. A Wither Bloom deck. Alright, so it's a tutor. Here we go, Ol Rutstein. That's the flavor text from that other card. 3 mana, 1/4. It reminds me of Uncle Istvan. Remember that old vintage card? 3 mana, 1/4, Human Peasant. When this guy enters the battlefield, or at the beginning of your upkeep, gonna go lurk. Okay, thanks for coming to hang out. We'll be here as long as you are too. When Old Redstein enters the battlefield or the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. If a land card is milled, okay, so that's going to synergize with the other card. If a land card is milled, create a treasure. If a creature is milled, create a 1/1. If a non-creature is milled, create a blood. Okay, so this is Waste Not on a creature instead of an enchantment, although it matters to yourself, not to the opponent. And then lastly, a Planeswalker. Do we have to auto-include a Planeswalker whenever we open it up in Sealed? Probably. 3 mana, Chandra, Dress to Kill. 3 loyalty, +1, add a red mana, and this deals 1 damage to up to 1 target player or Planeswalker. +1, exile the top card of your library. If it's red, you may cast it. So obviously if you're playing a mono-red deck, this is way better. And then -7, exile the top 5 cards of your library. You may cast red spells. Okay, cast red spells, so it doesn't let you play a land, only cast a red spell. From among them this turn, you get an emblem with, whenever you cast a red spell, this emblem deals X damage to any target, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast it. So that ultimate's cool. You get cards, you do damage. It really focuses on being a red deck because of all those clauses of red. Now, if I look at the helpful card that was in the you missed the Halloween weekend? No problem, I bet you were. Yeah, Evil Mage was... Well, I was cosplaying as Evil Mage. Evil Mage wasn't in the stream. I was cosplaying as Evil Mage. But yeah, I also got about 20 YouTube copyright notices because I was playing the Halloween theme from the movie Halloween over and over that whole night. And then the next morning, YouTube had given me 20 emails saying I violated their terms 20 times. But it was no problem at all. Don't worry about it. And yeah, that was the Halloween stream. Anyway, I'm gonna look at the draft archetypes for a quick moment to get any ideas. So if we have blue and white, we've got spirits. Blue and black is zombies. Black and red is vampires. Red and green is werewolves. White and green is humans. White and black is life gain. Red and blue is non-creatures matter, which says use creatures that get benefits when you cast any non-creature spell. So prowess, just say prowess. Kind of. Black and green is toughness matters. The tougher your creatures, the more powerful you grow. Okay, so they care about big butts. Then we got red and white, attack with 2 creatures. And then blue and green is graveyard. Oh, blue and green is graveyard. Interesting. They hardly ever do that. Blue and green is graveyard matters. That's usually Golgari. That's usually green and black. But in this set, Fill your graveyard with cards, then use a variety of spells that want you to have a full graveyard. That's interesting. They're doing Graveyard Matters in Simic. Simic always gets everything anyway. Now they're giving it graveyard stuff. I protest. All right. You missed the last few cards in my stream in the Cracker Pack. Well, the main thing that popped up was this really cool. I don't know if you. I think this is one of the last ones you saw. This really shiny foil, and then the rare card was this that I thought was really dumb. When it attacks, it lets you go get a land, but it can't be a land that you already have. So I don't think it was a good card. And then I'll open another pack in a moment. So out of these things, what do I like here? Well, a Planeswalker's always hard to deal with. And then this 3/4 flying Death Touch lifelink I like. And Old Rutstein is a self-mill strategy. See, that's weird. According to their own little helper thing, Simic is more of the graveyard deck. But here, this is a graveyard card. And then Dig Up is a tutor. So let's see what other cards I also managed to pull from these packs. Let's look at... We got one Evolving Wilds, so we can fix our mana. I must have a big blind spot because I don't even remember what the white one was. Let's look at it again. The white one was... Oh, Voice of the Blessed. 2 mana spirit. It's a 2/2. Oh yeah, it's the life gain one. Okay, so we'll see what life gain strategies we might have to put that together. So we got one Evolving Wilds. Did we get any other lands besides that? How do I not? How do I make it not show me basics? I don't think I got any lands besides the Evolving Wilds. Okay, what about any artifacts? Got a Blood Fountain, single black mana. When this enters the battlefield, create a blood, 4 mana, and sacrifice this. Return up to 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, not even to the battlefield, but to the hand. So you get 1 blood, graveyard recursion. I never really like return to hand. I know that then you can recast it in longer games and such, but I much more value return from graveyard to library. Graveyard to battlefield. I guess this little guy is doing its thing. I guess a shot of bourbon and rum add up. Spike Ripsaw, 3 mana, artifact equipment. Creature gets +3/+3. Okay, this is when I think people start to complain about the immersion of Magic. That's a chainsaw. A Magic the Gathering style chainsaw. And I know throughout the whole history of Magic there's been a lot of things. There's even been a bazooka. There's a card literally called Bazooka from like Legends or something. But this doesn't feel as magic as it could be. I'm sure it's a crank type of... Yeah, Orcish Lumberjack. The orc was riding a mecha, right? A Gundam mech on the original Orcish Lumberjack from Ice Age. We have to take a diversion for that, for all you youngsters that don't remember the original Orcish Lumberjack, because they redid the art to be... Okay, they redid the art to this really swole orc to make it more in the style of fantasy. But if you go back to the original, look at this. This orc is riding a mech. This is coming out of Gundam Wing. And it's chopping up... well, at least it's steam-powered. So it's a steampunk goblin. That's the Ed 209 from RoboCop. This original art came out in Ice Age way back in 1995, but then they made the tough art in 2000. What year is that? 2013. So they didn't reprint that card for a long time, and then when they finally reprinted it, they made it tough. And that's the last art they've used. Anyway, people either are in the camp of keep Magic as a fantasy game, and others are, well, in the past, they've done so many weird things that just enjoy it. Just like that mecha orcish lumberjack. And I'm a bit more curmudgeonly I want to keep it more in the fantasy setting. Yeah, it's a hand-powered chainsaw, but you're not going to spin it fast enough to cut through anything. But it's just a game, let's not worry about it. Anyway, you give your creature +3/+3. Whenever a creature attacks, you may sacrifice a forest. If you do, that creature gains trample until end of turn. Hey there, Dead Soul, how are you doing? We're just arguing about, should there be chainsaws in Magic? Because now we have a chainsaw in Magic. And I know that we have Lucille, the baseball bat, in Magic. But how do we all feel about that? Obviously everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and it's all good. But for me, I would like to keep it more in the fantasy realm. So even a Magic fantasy chainsaw, I'm not all for it. Even though, yes, it's a steampunk hand-cranked chainsaw. Keep chainsaws out of Magic. If it was a magical chainsaw that was alive all by itself, okay, I could buy it, but not a hand-cranked. Yeah, that's just me. If you don't mind it, you don't mind it. I got 2 of them in the polls. Let's see, what else did we get? What enchantments did we get? Nurturing Presence, 2 mana aura, enchant a creature. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, this gets a +1. Whenever a creature enters a battlefield, this gets +1. And when this enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 spirit. Okay, so it makes spirits, and it also gives something +1. That sounds pretty cool. Kindly Ancestor, it's a 2/3 with lifelink. Okay, so if you want that lifelink matters stuff, here we have a 2/3 lifelink. Disturb it to come back as an enchantment. Give a creature lifelink. Sigarda's Imprisonment, 3 mana. Enchant a creature. Okay, there's the pacifism. 3 mana to pacify the creature, and then 5 mana to drink its blood. Yeah, so that's a 3/3 chainsaw. Yeah. Lantern's Gift, aura. Well, when it's a creature. No, wait. Oh, this one's backwards. Oh no, it's not. Never mind, because it's flipping it around on my screen. It's a 1/1 for 1, and then eventually disturb it for 3, and give a creature +1. This is the cutest Magic card that has ever existed in the world of Magic. Cradle of Safety, 2 mana aura, flash, enchant creature you control. When this enters, creature gains hexproof and +1. Okay, so they get hexproof for the turn, and then +1. So 2 mana to give your creature hexproof temporarily, and then permanent +1. Fear of Death, 2 mana aura. When Fear of Death enters, you mill 2, and then some creature gets -X, -0, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. Okay, so -X based on your graveyard. Binding Geist, 3 mana, 3/1. When this attacks, target creature gets -2. So you can weaken a creature, and then eventually when this dies, disturb it for 2, enchant a creature, and give it a -2 permanently. And that is some really scary art. It's from both sides, isn't it? On the left side is the Geist choking out the person, And then on the other side is the person all choked out. Nature's Embrace, 3 mana aura, enchant a creature or land, give the creature +2, or give your land that it taps for 2. Sheltering Boughs, 3 mana, enchant a creature, draw a card when it enters, and give your creature +1/+3. There's that Dormant Grove, Gnarled Grove, Strider. Give a creature, I kind of like this, make your creature grow every turn, give it a +1, and then eventually you get a 3/6, and all your creatures get vigilance. I like that. I haven't seen a lot of green cards that stand out to me so far, however. Those are all the enchantments. Let's look at all the sorceries. Sanctify, 2 mana, destroy an artifact or enchantment, gain 2 life. So it's the new disenchant, but it's a sorcery, and you gain 3 life. So how's everyone doing today? Did you have a good productive day? Did you do anything fun or interesting? Witness the Future, 3 mana sorcery. Target player shuffles up to 4 cards from their graveyard to the library. You look at the top 4 cards of your library, then put one of those into your hand at the rest at the bottom. So you get to bring back stuff back to your graveyard, back to your library, and then you get to draw 1. Did some yard work. Do you have sort of a big green backyard and such that needs tending to? I live in a place that I don't, but over at my parents' place, I just visited them yesterday. They've got a big old garden and everything, and they're retired, so they have plenty of time to tend to it, but it's a big garden that they've got. Edgar's Awakening, 5 mana sorcery. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, now we're talking. When you discard this, you may pay black. When you do, return a card. Okay, so madness cost, basically. You hanged out. Yes, exactly. You hung out with us today and we played a little Magic, so that was definitely fun. And during the time we hung out today, I had a nice horchata, boba horchata. Although at the place that I bought it at, they blend it with ice, which that's not boba. You don't drink boba with blended ice. It was tasty, however. End the festivities. Those wolves look really angry. 1 red mana, sorcery, end the festivities, deals 1 damage to each opponent and each creature and planeswalker they control. Okay, so 1 mana, deal 1 damage to everything. Take out all the spirits. Bloody Betrayal, 3 mana, gain control of a creature, untap it, and make a blood. Give it haste. Into the Night, 3 mana. At the beginning, it becomes night. Discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards +1. So it's one of these mini wheel effects. Plus it becomes night for your werewolves. There's Dig Up again, there's Splendid. Okay, let's look at the instance. On the instance, we've got Adamant Will, 2 mana, give a creature +2 and indestructible. Chill the Grave, 3 mana. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you have a zombie. Tap the creature, it doesn't untap for 1 turn and draw a card. That's kind of a lot of value there. You tap the creature for 1 turn, you draw a card. It can be cheaper with zombies. Siphon Essence, 3 mana, counter a creature or planeswalker spell and make a blood token. Scattered Thoughts, 4 mana, look at the top 4 cards of your library, take 2, put 2 into the graveyard. Undying Malice, single black instant until end of turn. Target creature gains. When this creature dies, return it with a +1. So it's one of these bring it back to life with a +1 effects. Flame Blessed Bolt, 1 red, or a single red, deals 2 damage to a creature or planeswalker. Exile them if they get lethal. Braid is back. 2 mana, either deal 3 damage to a creature or destroy an artifact. That's really cool art. I like that a lot. That's really cool. There's a soldier, and then his mask is getting broken off, and there's a cool phoenix in the background. If you look in the background, there's also a big old bird chopping off a guy's head. Do you see that subliminal message there? If you look all the way in the background, there's a big old bird clawing a guy's head off, and they're dropping their sword. This is the most violent Magic card that has ever existed, but it's all subliminal. Flavor text. The Falcon Wrath progenitor was a vicious falconer, and the line is quick to remind others of its heritage. Vampire's Vengeance, 3 mana, deals 2 damage to each non-vampire creature, create blood. There's going to be a lot of vampires running around, so this is not as good as you think. Crushing Canopy, destroy a flying creature or enchantment. This Crushing Canopy doesn't look as effective as some of the other arts, because someone's throwing leaves at a bird. Wolf Strike, now that's epic art. 3 mana, target creature you control gets +2 until end of turn if it's night. Then it deals damage. Okay, so it's a fight spell plus a +2. No, it's a bite spell, even better. It doesn't get damaged back. It only gets +2 if it's night, but it still does the bite, so it could still do its thing. Huh. Oh, it was other people. Sorry, I missed that. It was other people's yards. Okay, interesting. Either through altruism or paid. Okay, we got 1 Planeswalker. We got Chandra. I haven't really seen any red spells that really stand out. It's double red. And lastly, the creatures that we got in our pulls. Unholy Officiant, single white, it's a 1/2, it's a Vigilance, 5 mana, give it a +1. 5 mana, so you're going to pay 6 mana in total to get a 2/3 with Vigilance. Am I reading that right? 5 mana, put a +1. Oh no, it's a permanent +1. Okay, so in the long term, this is going to get really big if you've got a lot of mana. Perish Blade Trainee, 2 mana, 1/2, training. So when it attacks and another stronger creature attacks, this gets stronger. That's training. When this dies, put its counter on target creature you control. So if it has a counter because it got trained, you can put the counter on something else. Vampire Slayer. I can't believe they've never used that term in Magic. You know, 27 years later, and no, 28 years later, and they've never done Vampire Slayer as the name of a. This is sealed, yeah. That's how I can take so much time reading each card. Vampire Slayer, 2 mana, 2/2. When this deals damage to a vampire, destroy it. So it's got Death Touch versus vampires. I wonder if they could just simply word it as Death Touch against vampires. When your phone charges up, you want to try and battle it against each other. Yeah, that'll be cool. Does your phone handle Arena? Mine doesn't. So that would be cool if you want to do that. Yeah, go ahead and charge it up and we'll play a little bit later. And there's Voice of the Blessed. So if we gain life, I don't think I've seen really any meaningful life gain strategies in this deck, unfortunately. From now on, it's the Buffy card. Exactly. There's Buffy right there, and there's a slain vampire in the background. So I'll look again, but I don't think I saw a lot of life gain strategy, so I don't think this Blessed is going to do much. But I'll look again in a moment. So there's this life gain here, and Ancestors Embrace. But I think life gain is very limited in this pool. Heron Blessed Geist, 5 mana, 3/3 with flying, 4 mana, and exile this from the graveyard. Create 2/1/1 spirits. Activate only if you control an enchantment, and only as a sorcery. So you need an enchantment, and can only do it as a sorcery, and it's got to be in the graveyard. In blue, Lantern Bearer, it's a 1/1. You've been looking, yeah, we haven't really gotten any really life gain stuff, right? So we already saw that one. Selfhof Entomber, 2 mana, 1/3, tap it. Discard a creature card, draw a card. So that's more of the graveyard stuff. Wretched Throng is a zombie horror. 2 mana, 2/1. When this dies, you may search your library for a card named Wretched Throng. I only got one of them in the whole pool. So you can go get more of these Wretched Thongs, but there's only one of them that I got in the whole pull, so it's not worth it at all. There's the Binding Geist again. Whispering Wizard, 4 mana. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a spirit. You can only do it one at a time. Well, if there's some of the non-creature stuff matters, I could possibly be making spirits. Skyward Scab, 5 mana, 2/5, zombie drake with flying. When this enters, you may exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard if you do draw a card. So if you exile your own stuff, you draw 1 card and you get a flyer. Dreadlight Monstrosity, 6 mana, 5/5, crab horror. Ward 2, that's good, 5 mana. This cannot be blocked and activated only if you own a card in exile. How do you even get a card into exile? I guess if you exile your own, with the Scab, you exile your own card, then when it's in exile, then you have the ability to make this unblockable. Well, even if it's not unblockable, it's still a 5/5 with Ward 2. So many hoops to jump through in this set. Mind Leech Ghoul, 2 mana, 2/2, exploit. That is, when you summon it, you can sacrifice a creature, including itself. When this exploits a creature, each opponent exiles a card from their hand. So you can pay 2 mana for a Agonizing Remorse type of effect. Restless Bloodseeker. This is the one of the ones that I noted that I really am impressed with the art, because on the front side and then the back side, seeing them side by side, just the composition and then the flowing robes or cape or whatever, and then the blood and the posing. This art is just next level on this set. So 2 mana, 1/3. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, create blood, sacrifice 2 bloods, transform this only as a sorcery. When it transforms, it's a 3/3. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life, create blood, and then 5 mana, each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. The Mind Leech reminds you of Mind Stab Throw. Yeah, that one was if they didn't block, you can sacrifice the throw, and then they discard 1 or 2 or something. Classic from Fallen Empires. There's the Bat, 2/2 for 3. When it flies, if you gained life, return a creature to your hand. Gluttonous Guest, 3 mana, 1/4. When this enters, create blood. Whenever you sacrifice blood, gain a life. Okay, so there's a little life gain for that white card. Blood Crazed Socialite, 4 mana, 3/3 with Menace. When this enters, create blood. Whenever this attacks, you may sacrifice blood. If you do, it gets +2. So you could get a 5/5 with Menace with that. I think a lot of the black cards are standing out to me. I don't know if that's just confirmation bias, as I love playing black cards. Okay, so Bloodsworn Squire, 4 mana, 3/3. Pay 2 and discard a card. This gains Indestructible, and tap it. Then if there are 4 or more creature cards in your graveyard, transform it. So it can only transform once you do the discard. Bloodsworn Knights. So first it was a squire, and then it became a knight. So that's some cool flavor. Its power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures in your graveyard and then discard. Yeah, that's a lot of work for the back side, but even the front side's okay. A 3/3 for 4. That could get indestructible. Diregraph Scavenger. Zombie Bear. That has a sword through its head. Yeah, black is looking good. So this has a sword in its head. This is that really fun art that they do sometimes. Because this bear has a sword through its head. And it's got an arm in its mouth. And it's got a bunch of birds perched on it. So this is kind of that fun art that they do, but it's also very grotesque. I would love to see it like in real life so I can really see the detail. These cards are, the art is always so small. But okay, it's a 2/3 with Death Touch. When this enters, exile up to 1 target card from any graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, each opponent loses 2 life. Okay, I love this card. This is going to go in the deck. It's a 2/3, it's got Death Touch, it exiles, and then they lose life. Gotta put the bear in the box. Yeah, it'll be the box art. There's even whatever colors I choose, it's gonna be in the box art. Good idea. And then we've got Henrika again, which I liked that card. Then we've got Unhallowed Phalanx, 5 mana, 1/13. Enters the battlefield tapped. So for 5 mana, you get a 1/13. That'll block for days. But obviously, it dies to removal. Flavor text. In case any of you new recruits were wondering, this is why we don't use mass graves anymore. And that is Karen. They have Karens on Innistrad as well, huh? Karen of Mausoleum Guards. Well, Wedding Security, 5 mana. I was going to say Welding Security. Wedding Security, 5 mana, 4/4, Vampire Soldier. Whenever this attacks, you may sacrifice blood. If you do, put a +1. This doesn't make blood, so you have to have blood synergy, but then it gets big. Yeah, this bear is so hardcore. Let's look at it one more time. Gotta look at it again. It's got a sword in its head, like nothing. Okay, we go to red. Hungry Ridge Wolf. That is really cool art. I would love to see that in foil, because I'm sure the moon looks amazing, plus the light, whatever that light is. 2 mana, 2/2 wolf. As long as you control another wolf or werewolf, this gets +1 and trample. If you're doing wolf strategy, it's a 3/2 trample. Belligerent Guest, vampire, 3 mana, 3/2, trample, and this, when this deals damage, create blood. Daybreak Combatant. I'm kind of looking at black-red. We'll look at everything again in a moment, but we might do black-red. Daybreak Combatants, 3 mana, 2/2. Human Warrior with haste. When this enters, target creature gets +2. You can give it to itself, so you can do a 4/2 with haste, or something else. Fearful Villager. If they're so fearful, how are they so big? That's a 2/3. Anyway, it's 3 mana for a 2/3 with menace, and if it becomes night, it's a 4/3, so no longer fearful. Flavor text. When Harold ran from the wolves, the others called him a coward. Oh, because he figured out that he was a werewolf, actually. Ballista Watcher, 4 mana, 4/3. Human Soldier Werewolf, 3 and a tap. This deals 1 damage to any target. That's cool, you can snipe stuff. When it becomes night, it deals 1 damage, and then a creature dealt damage this way cannot block. So if you hit a creature, they're out of commission. You're seeing a lot of blood and black and red vamp werewolves. I think I'm seeing that too. I think I'm liking that, black and red werewolves with blood. So we have Weary Prisoner. That art is so evocative. That art is so good. You have this prisoner. They're all chained up. And, you know, I don't want to inject real world stuff, but like, they look so tortured in that. And then if you look carefully at the bars have slash marks and teeth bites. And it's a werewolf, right? So there's the sun. There's the sun beating down on them. This is some of the best art plus name of a card. It's a 2/6 defender. It's a very good blocker. When it becomes knight, however, it loses defender and it becomes a 6/6. Very cool card. Falcon Wrath Celebrants. 5 mana, 4/4 menace, vampire. When this enters, create blood. Frenzied Devils. 5 mana, 3/3 with haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this gets +2. So it's got prowess +2. Pyre Spawn. 6 mana elemental, 6/4. When it dies, it lightning bolts any target. In green, Snarling Wolf, single green, 1/1. I feel this is a reprint from the previous set. Pay 2, give it a +2, but only once. That's nice art there. Sporeback Wolf. So that wolf has athlete's foot on its back. 2 mana, 2/2. As long as it's your turn, it gets a +0, +2. So it's a good defender. Moonlit Ambusher. Well, on the front side, it's Oak Shade Stalker. 3 mana, 3/3. You may cast this spell as though it had flash if you pay 2 more. So if you pay 5 mana, you get a 3/3 with flash. If you don't want flash, you get a 3/3. And then when it's night, it's a 6/3. It's a Thallid Wolf. So you got red and green from the sealed. Well, I'm looking at all the cards at the moment, but I'm thinking red and black will be the better deck. So here's a fungus. Speaking of Thallids, there's a 3/2. When it dies, draw a card. Weaver of Blossoms. It's a 2/3 mana dork. If I need to accelerate into big things, when it's night, it's a 3/4. We have Rural Recruit, 4 mana, 1/1 with training. When this enters, create a 3/1. So this human peasant's boar is a 3/1, and you get a 1/1. So you get 2 creatures for the price of 1. Mold Graph Millipede. Did anyone play the old classic arcade game Millipede back in the day? There was Centipede, then Millipede. Anyone play that old game? On Atari or at the arcades or old Nintendo? Anyone remember Millipede? The original Millipede, you had the little track ball that you had to massage like this. You had to massage it and then you could Millipede your things. So this is a 5 mana 2/2. It's an insect horror. When this enters, mill 3, then put a +1 for each creature. So if you milled yourself 3, you can put 3 3s on this. Millipede and Centipede. I remember the music on that was so cool. It wasn't music, but it was music, it was sound effects. Brambleworm. 7 mana, 7/6, reach trample. When this enters, gain 5 life. Exile it from the graveyard, gain 5 life. So it's a big green dummy. Markov Purifier. So if you go black-white, it's a 2/3 lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life, you may pay 2 and then draw a card. Those are probably one of the most played games in the penny arcades. Dig Dug. I never really loved Dig Dug. I don't know, maybe it was tying into my low-level claustrophobia that I didn't want to be buried underneath the ground with Dig Dug. I would rather be shooting millipedes coming at me in the garden. Wandering Mind, Creature Horror, it's a 2/1 flying, 3 mana. Look at the top 6, take 1. And then Old Rutstein, 1/4. Alright, so I think we're going to go with black-red. Black-red colors. Okay, black-red. So, It seems very light on removal, however, so that's not good. Blood Fountain makes blood. Undying Malice brings your creature back to life. Mind Leech makes them exile if you exploit. Bloodseeker's a 1/3. Make blood, transform it. The bat is a 2/2 flyer. The guest is a 1/4, makes blood. Socialite is a 3/3, gets stronger when you sacrifice blood. Squire's a 3/3, becomes an XX. That bear. Henrika. Awakening, return a creature card. Got that 1/13. The 4/4. Deal. Yeah, we're gonna go with black red because the removal is in red out of these pulls. So let me just add Blood Fountain. When this enters, create blood, sacrifice blood, return creatures. Well, we need blood synergy, so I'll toss it in for one for the moment. But I kind of feel like it's not that amazing. And then I'll bring in all of these creatures. Return a creature to the battlefield. Return a creature directly to the battlefield, maybe. We got 3 of those phalanxes. Put 1 for the moment. So 1 damage to all of the opponent's creatures, 2 damage to anything. Yeah, I'm going to add Chandra. We're doing black-red, so we'll keep Chandra. We need a braid for the damage. We'll do both of those braids. These wolves, 2/2, get stronger. When this deals damage, create blood. Maybe 1 at least. Betrayal, steal the opponent's creature, make a blood. Maybe. Chandra in there. 2/2 with haste. 2/3. 2 damage to each non-vampire. We got that sniper. Card draw. Got a werewolf. 4/4 menace, make blood. Hasty devils. And then a 6/4. Alright, so then nothing really good multicolor. That's 43 cards already, so we're right on track. Just drop a couple of creatures. Yeah, hopefully draw more versus the opponent. Okay, we need to drop 3 cards. I don't think this Blood Fountain is just taking up a space. It doesn't do anything unless you have other things. So we'll take that out. Deal damage, deal damage. Make a 2/2 flyer, a braid. 3 damage to a creature. I'm going to keep those definitely. Wolves, bat. Guest. There's 2 guests. There's a gluttonous guest and there's a belligerent guest. So if you were having a party, here's the question to the chat. If you were having a party, would you rather have a belligerent guest at the party or would you rather have a gluttonous guest at the party? A gluttonous guest is going to eat all your stuff. Well, gluttony usually relates to food, but they may be gluttonous in other ways. But would you rather have a gluttonous guest at your party, or would you rather have a belligerent guest? Belligerent guest always means, you know, they're combative, but that doesn't actually mean they're going to smash your stuff. So, so you're choosing a gluttonous guest. Anyone else? Glutton and welcome Teeks as well. So gluttonous versus belligerent. I might want to have a belligerent guest because I feel that I could talk them out of their belligerence. And I don't want them all to eat my tasty Hawaiian-style pizza. So I don't want gluttonous guests eating all my pizza. I don't want them eating all my pineapple pizza. So we got 1 vote for belligerent over here. It could be fun. All right, what else? Daybreak Combatant, Fearful Villager, Vampire's Vengeance. 2 damage to each non-vampire. All right. Chandra, Socialite, Squire, Bear, Henrika, Prisoner, Watcher, Phalanx. Do we want this 1/13 in the deck? It's more for the memes for it, right? The food is there for guests. If they aren't sharing, then that's belligerent. That's true. But see, I want to be a good guest. I want to be a good host at my party. But I also want to enjoy my food. And if I have too many gluttonous guests, I won't get to enjoy my own food, and then I'll get belligerent, and we don't want the belligerent host. So do we want this 113? It looks fun as a 113, but it just gets doom-bladed and then it's gone. Yeah, we don't need that. It looks fun as a 113, but it's not gonna win the game. Wedding Security, Falcon Wrath Celebrants, Devils. Okay, we're gonna go with 41 cards. I think that'll be a way to make the deck. And I'm gonna pick, of course, some cool sleeves to really terrorize my opponents. So which one should we pick? Should we pick the really scary tree? Should we pick a scary match? Should we pick a scary skull? Should we pick scary stalagmites? Or should we pick a scary sun? Scary pumpkin sun. So I really like the tree. I think the fire looks like a match, not that impressive. I think the skull looks amazing. I think that should have been stylized slightly more raindrop-ish. It looks, I don't know. I don't think that does the greatest service to blue. The scary pumpkin sun. Yeah, I'm really leaning towards scary pumpkin. Scary, fun pumpkin smiling at you as you win. If the belligerent ones get too out of hand, you can always solve with a bat to the dome. A vampire bat, right? We're not talking about real bats, but a vampire bat. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this, with the fun pumpkin, fun pumpkin person. Let's select that. And here's our deck. We got vampires. We got cute wolves. We got a lot of blood to swim in. That'll be the deck. Let's pause for our second break. When we come back, right before we play, I'll open up one more pack. Actually, I also said I was going to open up... open up one of these fun fruit, dried fruit bar things imported. So we got two things to open up, and then we'll play the game. But I gotta go refill my drink over here, because you can't have fun if you have an empty cup. So I'll be right back. Alright everyone, we are back. Got my drink. I don't know if you can hear it on the... Well, it's not doing it anymore, but when I poured my drink, it was very, very fizzy. I don't think you can hear it on the microphone anymore. So we got our refill right here. It's almost red-ish, like the blood that all these vampires are drinking. But nope, it's not blood. It's something way more safe. It's a little bit of rum and brandy and cherry coke, cherry cola. And that is tonight's drink. So we're going to switch over to the card cam. Actually, let's open the fruit bar thing. Let's have some of that fruit bar. And then we'll open some cards. Well, it smells like fruit. This is apple raspberry. Oh yeah, sorry, Mark went to go get coffee. Okay. I'll chew slowly. So yeah, it's tasty. Apple raspberry. I sometimes get a sense of some fruit flavors that verge on perfume. Does anyone else get that? That sometimes some flavors taste like perfume. And I gotta find it, I kind of got a flavor out of this. I feel the apple is kind of tasting or feeling like perfume. Generic perfume. It's nice and tangy. The raspberry's tangy. Got the apple flavor. It's kind of like fruit roll-up, yeah, but it doesn't quite roll up. Can I roll it up? There we go. It is fruit roll-up. There we go. We rolled it up. Oh, wait, and it comes with 2. Whoa, it comes with 2. 2 for the price of 1. So it's fruit roll-up, but not official fruit roll-up brand. That is copyrighted. It's fun. It's got a nice fruity flavor. It seems to be relatively not full of junk. Ingredients are apple puree, seedless raspberry puree, ascorbic acid. It's funny, it says ascorbic acid to preserve. And this is made in New Zealand. And yeah, it's tasty. It had a couple different flavors. This stream brought to you by Apple Raspberry Trader Joe's brand fruit bar. One day, we can only hope that one day I get sponsored on this stream by Trader Joe's. Could you imagine? I get sponsored by Trader Joe's and they give me so much amazing stuff. Used to have a plastic strip between the two. Now they've cheaped out and they don't have the plastic strip anymore. Although they weren't really sticky. They're not sticky, so they easily separated. Alright, let's switch over to the card cam. Let's open a few more cards, then we'll get to the gameplay. And we'll see how well we do with these cards. Let's see how well we do with these vamps and wolves. Card cam. Okay. Got another pack to open. Innistrad, Crimson Vow. Ooh, right away. Speaking of belligerent guest, we got the way better art belligerent guest. So there's this alternate art in this set with this alternate border. This is the one I just opened in these polls. No flavor text, but you get this is number 301. If you look on the bottom left, this is number 301 in the new showcase. In the new showcase border. If you look in the background, there's a bunch of champagne bottles full of blood, or champagne glasses full of blood. As you do. Heron of Hope, 4 mana. It's a bird. 2/3 flying. If you would gain life, you gain that much life plus 1. Pay 2. This gains lifelink until end of turn, so gain more life on top of life. I heard you like life, so here's some lifelink on top of your life. Skyward Scab, 5 mana, 2/5, zombie. What's the story with this set? I don't fully quite know. It's something about Olivia Valdarin about to get married to solidify the bloodline or something. It's a vampire-focused tribal deck. It's the second set in the new Innistrad block. I haven't fully kept up with this one because I really feel it this time around that I think the sets came out way too fast. Because very recently I was talking about the other Innistrad set, Innistrad Midnight Hunt, which was the werewolf focus set, and now we're on the vampire set. And it's not really a 2-block set. I miss the block format. Now everything is just a one-off. But then for whatever reason they sort of did a pseudo 2-block set, and I haven't really been keeping up with the story, which I would like to, but I just think it's too much product coming too fast. Here's this trainee, 2/2 with training, gets bigger. We pulled one of these actually. Vampire's Kiss, 2 mana. Ixalan, yep, there was Ixalan and then Rivals of Ixalan, so it was a block format. Actually, now that I think about it, it was the last block set. Exactly, it was the last. It was the last official block, because after that was Dominaria, and then we did return to Ravnica, but technically each one was an independent set, and then we have just had independent sets. Throne of Eldraine, Theros Beyond Death, Kaldheim, Strixhaven, and then we sort of get a block at the end of the year this year with 2 Innistrad sets, although from what I've been reading, they were not really planning to have them be connected. So they're not really a block, but they're 2 related ones. Vampire's Kiss, 2 mana, sorcery. Target player loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life, and you create 2 bloods. That's really cool. For only 2 mana, it does a lot. I like that. I wish that was in my pulls. Wolf Strike. 3 mana, give your creature a thing and it fights. We pulled one of those. We pulled one of these Mind Leech Ghouls. Traveling Minister, single white, 1/1, tap it. Target creature gets +1 until end of turn. You gain 1 life, activate as a sorcery. Here's the big brain tech. You tap it and you give it to itself, and you gain 1 life. We got one of these Spore Crawlers in these pulls. Fearful Villager, we got one of these. Fearful Villagers. Oh, we got another one of the alternate arts. Markov Purifier. We got one in the pulls, but here's the alternate art. Okay, let's compare. This is what it looks like with the alternate art. If we switch back to Arena, the way it looks like on the regular art looks like that, which is still really cool. But which do you like? Which do you all like? Do you like the close-up? Or do you like the more full-body one? And I like that art a lot too, because I like the regal clothing, the gold and the white, and then the red smoke. And then the alternate art one is more of a close-up, although it's a different person because they're wearing all black, not that fancy clothing. So if you compare again, here's the alternate art. So it's a lot moodier, definitely. Both arts are good, of course. I don't know which one I like better, but they're both very good. And this also has the extra alternate border. Next up, Wash Away, a single blue, Cleave. Okay, so if you pay normal, counter target spell that wasn't cast from its owner's hand, so it would let you counter disturb cards. If instead you pay 3 mana, it counters any spell. There's one more uncommon here. Oh, there's the Ballista Washer, which is in the deck. Tap it to deal damage. And then the rare is Graph Reaver, 2 mana, Zombie Warrior, 3/3 exploit. So when you summon it, you can sacrifice another creature for an effect. And the effect is, when this exploits, destroy target planeswalker. At the beginning of your upkeep, this deals 1 damage to you. Alright, so 2 mana for a 3/3 that deals 1 damage to you, and you might be able to destroy a planeswalker if you've got a sacrificial creature. Oh man, that planes looks pretty amazing. These black and white sort of woodcut style full art lands I think are really nice. Before I forget, let me compare, because if I check, let's check if that land, did that land also, is that the same art from the previous one, previous set? Remember when I was opening these up a few weeks ago? No, it's brand new art. So here's the planes for the previous Innistrad from 2 months ago, or 6 weeks or something. And then here's the brand new art from this new Innistrad. So we're gonna get all of these alternate arts, full arts. So these are from the set from last month. This is the one from the new set. This one definitely feels more like a woodcut, especially in the sky. And then these are monochromatic. So from the previous set, from the current set. So they did do brand new lands. Lots of new of those full art black and white lands to enjoy then. That's cool. More options, more good. Let me put that away. And we had a wolf token, and then on the back side that is, what is a list? So you can randomly get 1 in 4 set boosters contains a card handpicked from Magic history. So they put in a lot of vintage cards in 1 in 4 packs. And then the proxy. Alright, so let's play. Let's play the deck we crafted here. We're going with black, red, vampires, and werewolves and blood synergies. Let's see how that goes. Oops. Did I make any changes? I didn't make any changes, did I? 41 cards. Okay, let's start. If we can win at least 1, we get 3 packs. Come on, zombie bear. Do your thing. Electric Pants is the opponent. They have the Sorin art. I got an Abrade removal, good. I got my Bloodseeker, good. And the Watcher, not as good. But okay, I got board presence and removal. Turn 2. Brand new field. We have the chapel. There seems to be a waterfall of blood on the side over here or something. Candles. Alright, they got a 3/1, turn 1, 2 damage to you, exile the top card. Oh, we should probably get rid of that. That's already a 3/1 on turn 2. Plus it does stuff. And if it becomes night, it becomes a 4/3, so... Well, if I summon the 1/3, I have a blocker, but they're also playing red, so they'll have removal. Well, let's see what they're up to. We'll pass, and then we'll abrade if necessary. Okay, they're playing 3 colors. Splash of blue, maybe. Okay. Let's upgrade it. Pausing for priority. Don't tell me they got a counter spell for that. Okay. Blood fountain, make a blood. Anything else? You want to sacrifice your blood? Not yet. Okay. So, third mana can bring me my belligerent guest. Versus the bat. I would rather lose the bat than the guest. So if they have removal, they can use it on their bat. Yeah, this brand new arena field, right? I wonder what are the interactive elements. They often design these things with interactive elements. You can sacrifice your blood. You can sacrifice your blood. Two flyer. They're gonna sacrifice their blood. Now, blood, you need to tap it, pay 1, sacrifice the blood, and discard a card from your hand for it to do its thing. So you definitely need to build a graveyard deck with that. You're taking that long to abrade my bat. Okay. Okay, 4th mana for me. They do their own 3/3. Make some blood. That's got menace. Okay. Let's see if we can do anything with this 4/3. It's got menace. This is sealed. We're still in the sealed. I'm finally playing the deck. We built the deck, but now I'm finally playing it. They have only 2 cards left in hand. That blood fountain won't really bring anything useful back. Okay, I see. They're going to sacrifice their blood to make that some stronger. That'll be a little annoying. Alright, I'm going to have to double block that. Alright, I need 5 mana in total to deal with their 1 creature, so... we'll get 2 blockers off of this. We'll stay with 2 blockers. They might sacrifice a blood and get a 5/5, but I've got blockers for it. They've got 2 cards in hand. Whenever you cast a non-creature, look at the top card, put it into your graveyard. Okay. It's a big old 3/3 flyer. Sure. They're passing. Okay. Deals 1 damage to any target. So let's just ping them for 1. At the end of their turn, got another werewolf. I can just summon 1 more werewolf to have another 6/6. Yeah, I can do this. Let's if I trade with that, that's fine. They'll have one less creature. They're just down to 1 card in hand. I guess that's how you use that fountain. Things die, and then you can bring them back with the fountain. But you have to sacrifice 2 bloods. Alright, fine, but you'll take 5. Out of blue mana. So, let's summon a 6/6. So what you got? Electric pants. I believe these are best of one. Okay, Wretched Thong is on the battlefield. It's a 2-1. When it dies, you can go get another one. You need to sacrifice 2 bloods, I believe. Sacrifice this. Oh, never mind. Okay, you sacrifice 1. So you're going to hit me in the air a little bit. Fine. What does my Bloodseeker do at the beginning of your end step? If you gained life. Okay. I can make blood. We'll just go some big attacks here. If they double block, I can ballista snipe that 2-1. Okay. Okay. Got a trade. Alright, they got another one. So if I bring in... I'm going to haste in that 3-3 at the right time. Let's bring in a 1-4, which makes blood. It keeps it night. It really got useful for me that it became night. All my werewolves are so good. Nothing to use that blood token on at the moment. Okay, so they're going to summon... They might summon that Throng, and then I can just deal 1 damage to it with my... Okay, so they're going to do that. Bring some stuff back. Sure. Got more blockers. You have 2 Throngs. They're passing, huh? Okay. Passing to combat with a 3-3 in the air. Flyers always do annoying stuff. I should have saved my upgrade for that. Bringing in another 3-3, another flyer. Okay, that'll be annoying. They're out of mana for more blockers. Oh, okay, they have one more 3-1, which then I'll just snipe. Whoops. Oh man, it became day. Okay, fine. Let's haste in a 3-3 and then just do a big old strike. Deal with that. Probably block that 3-3 to my 1-3. That's fine. Okay, they're gonna trade on that. I have a 2-6 blocker on the ground. If I sacrifice that, does that do anything? Whenever you sacrifice blood, gain a life. I can sacrifice it now, gain 1 life. I should do that now. Beginning of your end step, if you gain, sacrifice 2 bloods. Yeah, let's do that now. And discard that. Gain me a life, draw me a card. Alright. That's 9 damage in total if they fully attack. Because they can't block that 3-3 and then there's 3 in the air. Okay, they're gonna do that. Oops, that's game over. Ah, man. Wow. Is it obvious to say that it's always so difficult to get a win, but it's so easy to get a loss? I made that pithy observation at one point, but then I don't think it's too pithy, right? That's just the fact of things, right? It's so hard to get a win, but it's so easy to get a loss. Phoenix is the next opponent. Alright, so we got 1 mana for instant 2 damage to any creature. We need 1 more red for Chandra. We're going with white, that's a 3/1. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard. Okay, I think that's going to be a big problem. That's an uncommon. Alright, so instead of the Hallow Blade, Hallowed Blade, this has the ability to protect itself. Green-white humans, perhaps? Alright, so they're gonna go through the strategy of discarding cards to keep a 3/1. They have 5 power on the board already. They have 1 card in hand. Well, I'm missing a land drop. But I have a blocker. Missing another land drop. Okay, fine. Five damage if you don't block, but instead you're gonna destroy a creature. Amazing. Okay. Come on, lands. Alright, let's try to stabilize with this. I can get disturbed as a flyer. Ugh. No, as an enchantment. Never mind. That's a 6/5. There's no way for me to deal with a 6/5 unless I double block. Discard a card. Gets indestructible. Okay, I might be able to double block with indestructibility. Chandra dealing 1 doesn't do anything. Could bring in a 4/4. Yeah, I'm gonna need to double block here. Hopefully they don't pull anything good. Alright. So if I keep that in hand, I could go indestructible. I could bring out Chandra and just have another target. I need 2 if I will do that. But I have nothing to discard. Whoops. I should have kept that in hand. Deals 1 damage to up to 1 target player or planeswalker. There we go. Now they're finally at 19. Alright, so if they've got a planeswalker as a target, I guess I'll be safe for a bit. +1. Pay 5 for a +1. Okay. Then we got a land. Okay, yeah, let's see about trying to do Chandra's thing over here. Nope, okay. That's a 6/6. You gain life equal to the number of toughness on my other creatures. They're gonna gain like so much life. Oh, just 5 life. Okay, that's fine. Are you gonna double block? I mean, you're gonna multi-attack. You don't want to ultimate my planeswalker. Alright, that's actually exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want. Alright, can we get a free draw off of that? Sure, okay. Ballista 2/3. If I keep that in hand, I can get another indestructibility. We'll keep that in hand. Alright, so now we got a big old 6/6 to deal with. I can double block and do the indestructibility. They'll probably multiple attack. Yep, multiple attack to me. Okay, obviously they've got lethal here, so that's not good. So we'll try to block that. Double block that. 3 damage in total. I don't think they could then further do 8 damage. I think they do have a combat trick because it is waiting for priority, although they could actually, there we go, +3. Okay, that's fine. They wasted a thing, but I can still do indestructibility on that. Keep my thing. And then they have one more disturb thing. Man. Okay. Play anything there? Nope. Okay. So we're a 6/6. How did I even get to be a 6/6? Oh, I guess it flipped over. I guess it's just going to be defensive. Next turn I can -7 and then get a get an emblem. I'll probably just go to that emblem. Okay, straight to me again. Block with that, block with that. I'm sure they've got a combat trick, but that's okay. I've got indestructibility. Fine, got one more of those. Sure. Okay. Let's bring in another big ol' six. Okay, I'm gonna attack with a 7/7. No blocks. Sure. How about one of these? How about -7? Yes, let's go for -7. Who cares about trying to tick her up more? Let's just get this emblem. Can I upgrade for 2? Yeah, let's upgrade for 2. No blockers at all. Emblem does its thing. There we go. Clear their field. I got a blocker, I got a land just in case I want to do indestructibility. Maybe the tables have turned here. Oops, that's a flyer. That's not good. Okay, so we just gotta press them with everything. As long as they don't get one of their +3/+3s, we'll be okay. There we go. They whiffed. And I'm about to attack with a 7/7 and a 6/6. It stays nighttime, and then they're done. Phoenix. Ooh. Now that was a game. We got it. So, yeah, definitely that Chandra getting her to her ultimate. That's just extra damage. So that was good. 1 win. That's 3 packs. Let's try to get some more. Alright, so thank you. So it definitely feels like you need to keep track of everything. And the whole day-bound, night-bound thing is just another wrinkle. I bet you this is going to be some sort of crash, and it'll say that we both got a draw. Because it's been saying waiting for opponent for a while. Oh, never mind. Alright, Swarly. Good ol' Abrade. They go first. There's the bear. Turn 1 creature. Wow. Look at how overpowered nowadays cards are. Turn 1, you get a 1/1, and it deals 1 damage to each opponent, and you get a blood. Imagine this card back in the day. A 1/1 for 1 that deals damage and gets you blood. Alright, once I get that red mana, I'll be in business, but we'll hold up this Abrade. Okay. 3 mana in red. Let's do this 2-mana haste. If they've got some removal, they need to start using it. If I lose this haste creature, that's fine. 4/2 with haste, so we'll bring them back to... Alright, so they appear to not have some removal. Haven't played their land yet. Okay, if I get my black mana, I'll bring in my Gluttonous Guest or the bear. Maybe I'll hold on to the bear until there's something in the graveyard. Looks like they missed a land drop and they're getting salty. So if I get my black mana, I'll bring out the... yeah, they're missing land drops. Maybe they got a land there. Got a mythic. Alright, you can only exile from your own graveyard. 2/1 first strike, and then you get these back. Okay. Whenever a player plays a land or spell, if it shares this, it deals 2 damage. Okay, I should get rid of that right away. There's my black mana, but that's a mythic rare, so I should get rid of it. Permanently. We have 4 mana at the moment. On my next turn, I'll have 5 mana. I guess I could summon my... okay, that's got Menace. Okay, that's the one that gets bigger and bigger. Keep a couple blockers just in case. If they're going to sacrifice that token, it's going to be a 5/5 anyway. Can't even block it. Kessig, Flame Breather. They can sacrifice that token. That is instant. Fine, I'll take damage 1 time. I'm gonna gang up so hard on the... well, actually, that's... If I double block... nah, it's just gonna be 1. Nah, I'll do this here. I'll take 5. I'm double blocking. This is so mean. I'm double blocking so hard that 1/1. Oh, there we go. 3 damage. There we go. Get rid of that. Double blockers, no blood. That's a 1/3 with prowess. Vaguely. I'm at 6 mana. Could summon my hasty devils. This guest will create a blood when it connects. Passing, okay. Don't have any other wolves. Okay, let's do this haste. It didn't pause for priority, so yeah, let's just go for a big old strike. Force them to do stuff. Double blocking that. Okay. Fine. Oh, that was devastating. I don't think they expected me to do that. That was a death touch creature. So their whole board is devastated. And then they get a mana rock. Okay, that's not going to do anything. Yeah, this is probably game over. Yeah, that death touch bear. That's as soon as I saw it in our polls, I really thought that upgrade was 1 gigabytes. Yeah, I don't doubt it that it took that much. Anyway, let's do another one of these. What's a good one here? I'm the winner, the one about to know man. If you can't get that one though, that one went pretty fast. We'll do one more epic one. So I tell my friend, if if Shirley Manson from Garbage ever drove up on her limo and told me to get in, I would, as well as Melissa Aftamar, her right here. So if one day I'm walking downtown and suddenly they drive up in their limo and they say to get in, I am gonna get in. But yep, we got that bear. That bear is the truth, because that took out 2 of their creatures, and then they're like, well, I don't have nothing else. And then out here we have 3, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 damage there. So yep, the bear. The Berenstain Bears. So, what's your opinion, all of you in the chat? What celebrity, if they drove up on their with their limo and told you to get in, who would you not hesitate with and get into their limo and drive away into the sunset with? For me, first choice is Shirley Manson, because she's just an amazing rocker. Charles Manson? No. He's dead anyway, right? Charles Manson died already? Shirley Manson, the lead singer of Garbage. I'm sure you all know what I'm talking about, but if you don't, I'm gonna switch over to YouTube and show you this video right here. So sometimes, I'm gonna play without music, sometimes there are some things that just hit me without any rational, like I'm weak to rational thought. And one is Shirley Manson in this video. This is from like 1995. You know, I have a lot of reverence and nostalgia for 1995, for the 90s. And this is post-Nirvana, post-grunge, alternative music, Irish. I think she's Irish or Scottish. So she has an amazing accent. Redhead. I have a sweet spot for redheads. And she's in a freaking band touring the world. And here she's in these classic 90s garb with these platform shoes that are like 1 meter tall. Butch Vig on the drums. She's dancing and singing about like relationships or whatever. And then she does that little pose there and a little bit of her stomach shows, and it's like this is like I am weak when I see this. So Cameron Diaz now, or Cameron Diaz the Mask age? I think Cameron Diaz at any time, definitely, but Cameron Diaz during the Mask time, I think that's chef's kiss. But here, before I get demonetized, see right there, that pose, that little dancing right there, that's like I'm revealing way too much, but that dancing right there, if she drove up to me on her limo, I would not hesitate and just jump in that limo and leave my life behind. And sorry, I would never stream again because I'm traveling the world with Shirley Manson. So let's get back to Magic and this is a nice drink. So let's get back to the game and try to win a little bit more and try to get Shirley Manson out of our heads. That's going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard when I've got her latest album right on my shelf right over here that I bought. Now I do think, okay, so there's the very first album, Garbage, which is amazing. I love, my favorite song there is Happy When It Rains, or Only Happy When It Rains, whatever it's called. All the hits on that album are amazing. I love them. I'll play them all day long. But their second album, version 2, is an album that I love 10 times more. And I play that beginning to end. I love it. This is the latest album, just came out in 2021. I like their 90s albums a little bit more. But still, some good lyrics, some good music. There's all of them right there. There's Shirley Manson in the year 2021. Yep, I'll get in her limo and drive off to the sunset. Definitely. I'll get in Butch Vig's limo and drive off into the sunset with him as well. But, yeah, that's the latest Garbage album. Whoops. And if we see the CD, I still buy CDs, right? CDs are cool, right? And that's the latest album. No Gods, Nor Masters. Cool music on that. And I have that at arm's reach so that I could think, one day Shirley Manson will drive by her limo, drive by in her limo, and I'll hop in, never look back. So let's get back. Almost reaching the end of the update. Yeah, it's got a lot of cards to update, I'm sure. So your picks would be Jeff Dunham and Weird Al. Okay, well, you're very innocent, you know. You just turned 18 recently, Stevie, so your answers are very innocent. My answers are not innocent at all. But yes, thank you for that. And then it went pretty fast. Okay, we're at 2 wins, so that's 600 gems and 3 packs. Okay, so here's the next strategy. Here's the next question. Continue on the on the games, or should I refill my drink one more time? Tell me there. Should I just keep going, or have I had enough? Tell me there. One more drink or continue on the game? What's your favorite Iron Maiden song? I didn't know you were into Iron Maiden. That's cool. Not a big metal fan. I'm more into alternative, grunge, that sort of thing. We have 1 vote for drink. Refill. It makes the stream more interesting. Okay, everyone's voted for drink. Okay, I want to make 1 more drink. Take a little break. Then we'll come back and we'll play a little bit more, or maybe crack a pack. So let's take a little break. BRB. I shouldn't drink another drink. I don't know why I'm listening to them, but okay, I guess I'll make another drink. Alright everyone, we are back on the stream. I see you're talking about Iron Maiden over here. Fear of the Dark. I'm not familiar with the Iron Maiden discography, but I guess that's a ringing endorsement for one of those. Eddie is the name of the skeleton boy, right? Eddie? The skeleton zombie guy? Aces High, mainly the album when you discovered them in your teens. Alright, some good chat there. Okay, let's get back to the game. 2 wins so far, 600 gems. This art right here looks so realistic, don't you think? That it really looks very realistic. That's Anji, or Anja, A-N-J-E, I believe, Anya. As always, the art is very good on magic cards. Loading initial scene. I bet it was a while since it last updated, right? So I finally get to go first. I think this is the first time I get to go first in all of these games. And then we can do phone versus PC. Yeah, that'll be cool. Sorry. I think I'm getting the classic hiccups. So I did get the hiccups. I'm gonna be hiccuping, and I'm gonna probably gonna mute myself because I'm now like a living cartoon character. And I have the hiccups because of my drinks, and I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. So fun fact about me, when I get the hiccups, it's very hard for me to get rid of them. So I'm gonna mute myself for a little bit because I have hiccups at the moment. So does anyone know any good cures for hiccups? Because I still have the hiccups. So if you know any good cures for the hiccups, let me know. Still have hiccups, everyone. Sorry for the lack of chatter, but I still got the hiccups. We should have made a note of when I got the hiccups so we can tell how long I had the hiccups. Because I still have the hiccups. Well, I still have the hiccups. I'm on mute because I'm hiccuping every 3.5 seconds. I just lost because the opponent did their shenanigans. Okay, let's do right now a before we go to the next match over here. Here, let's do a 1v1. So, I don't see you logged in. Are you logged in at the moment? We can test out right now, but I don't see you logged in. So are you logged in? Or are we not friends? This is a different account. I don't see you logged in, Stevie, so we can do a game if you're available. So, rattlesnake, remind me what that is again? That's tequila plus lime or something? Does anyone know a cure for hiccups? Something about holding your breath or something, right? That never worked with me. Okay, so what are we playing, Stevie? We're playing something. So my one weakness, like Superman in his kryptonite, is that I am very susceptible to hiccups. So hopefully these will go away in a bit. And if not, I'm going to have to mute myself for a moment. Unblockable pirate turn 2. This is rigged. This is rigged. These pirates are not to be trifled with. When they add up, they definitely add up. No, you're gonna pay for that. See, this isn't even a fair match. I've had 2.5 drinks. I'm incapacitated by hiccups, and Stevie's got unblockable spirit pirates. This is not a fair match. Now you got hostage taker. No, don't take my shadow spear. Take the egg. Take the egg. Come on, the egg is the better. Take the egg. It does so many things. No. You'll be sorry once I get my 4th mana. Stevie has obviously hacked the system and deprived me of my lands because I'm missing mana. On the other hand, he has all his mana, triple colors, but he's got all his pirates on the board, so obviously all of what he's learned in his Blender class has allowed him to hack the system. And now I've got to deal with Beckett Brass, so Pirates Pirates of the Caribbean, we gotta watch out for Johnny Depp. He stole all my lands. Oh yeah. Now I apologize because this is always such a professional stream. But 2.5 drinks, which I gotta give them a name. We need to think of names together. But 2.5 drinks, and then the quality of the stream suffers, and I apologize for that, because you all come here for high-level Magic play that is not encumbered by alcohol. You can crack your clue. No, I just got rid of you, and you're back already. Fine, let's have a scrambled eggs. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. It's definitely fun to hang out with everyone that comes by. I think Gabe might have gone to bedtime at the moment, but I appreciate everyone coming to hang out. Aw, man. No! That Tormentor's so good. No. What do I do? What do I do? That was some good raiding. Well, that's not good. It paused on red and black, so that's either some sort of removal spell. What do I do here? Let's go with that. These pirates are devastating. These devastating pirates. Yeah, pausing there, so there must be some sort of shock or cast down. There's a thunderstorm of pirates. And I'm at unlucky number 13. Now help me out here, because I've had a couple of drinks. But if we double 13, does that equal 26? Okay, I'm gonna have to go for it because I need a board presence, but I know he's got all the removal. Let's give it a try. He has unblockable pirates. He has every removal in his hand. He has Scry or Surveil. And I have a dead commander. So situation is getting dire. Fine, let's bring out some things. Sorry if the hiccups again, this is not a joke. Hiccups are my number one weakness. And they still haven't gone away, so we really should have paid attention to when I got my hiccups, because I don't know, I feel like I've been hiccuping for half an hour. Is that normal? Do I need to go to the hospital? Are hiccups lethal? Because these hiccups don't go away. Aren't going away. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. As long as he doesn't get one more land, we're okay. Four more damage from pirates. At least, as long as he doesn't get his enchantments or artifacts or equipments. Okay, 4 damage. Okay, now we got a Death Touch pirate. Not good. Scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Come on. Come on. No more removal, please. I'm so close to death. Oops, that's 5 mana for the... Oh, man. Hey, wait a minute. That's not good, right? At the beginning of your end step, gain control of target non-land permanent control by a player who was dealt damage by 3 or more pirates. Okay, I'll try to do that. You're working on your IPA yourself, so very much Artemis. Yes. Usually I have my hiccups privately, but today they are quite public. Let's keep equipping all of this. This is how we make our comeback. This is how we make our comeback. So the deck that's a 10-10. The deck that I'm playing has only one creature, Danitha. Everything else is equipment. Uh-oh, triple blocking. Quadruple blocking. Okay, quadruple blocking. I'm in trouble here. What do I do? Okay, so we need to get rid of the commander, and then we need to get rid of the Death Toucher and the unblockable. Let's see if this helps. First strike that. Oh, snap. 10 damage. And then second double strike. Oh snap, 10 more damage. Oh, okay. As long as I don't get removal on my commander, I'll be okay. No. 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 I have to summon my commander like 10 times now. Temporarily stemmed the pirate tide. So I've had to recast my commander so many times, I can't believe it. These pirates are tough. What? No, not again. I have to pay 10 mana for my commander. Now we're giving him the benefit of the doubt. He's not watching. He is being very honorable and not watching. He's just listening to the commentary, but he's not watching. I trust him. All right, so the big idea with my deck is that I have one creature. She's got first strike, vigilance, lifelink. Equipment costs 1 less. The whole deck's full of equipment, and then I just pump up my creature to absurd levels. Thusly. And that's a 14-11 with vigilance, first strike, and lifelink. So as long as he doesn't get more removal, I'll be okay. She's a 15-13. She's a 15-13 with first strike, lifelink, trample, vigilance. Sorry about that, but she's got trample, and she's got so many equipments. So They say that one of the side effects of intoxication might be feeling like your head is swimming, and I feel that right now. So I need to hold on to this table because I feel I'm gonna fall off the earth. And GG on that. And you put up a good fight. Those pirates definitely add up and do good things. You could have stole my commander at some point. I might have these hiccups might have gone away. I haven't hiccuped in 3.2 seconds, so I think I've conquered the hiccups. That was like half an hour of non-stop hiccups, right? But I think I think they've gone away. I haven't hiccuped in a little bit, so I think we are something. We are something. Okay, let's get. I'm gonna wrap it up soon because I probably need to go lie down. So, I'm gonna play a little bit more of the thing. What is this thing called again? Sealed. I'm gonna have one more loss or some more wins. Let's play the sealed a little bit more. Yeah, I think that worked out very well. I'm glad I got my removal at the final minute, and then I got my lifelink. If I didn't have my lifelink stuff, I would have been on a bad shape. Wins cure hiccups. That we just discovered. Just discovered something. Oh, I get to go first. Okay, go first. We'll get out this bloodseeker. Sad suspect is the opponent. Two with disturb. Oh, you're gonna head it out. Okay, yeah, thank you. Good, thank you for the game. See you next time. Thanks for the game. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see if we can bluff them that I've got something. Okay, good. Got bluffed. And then we'll bring out a werewolf. Whoops, they are pretty late. Playing an aura on that. What does the aura do? When a chess creature dies, return radiant increase the battlefield transfer under control. The creature controls such as battlefield tab. Enchant a player. Okay, interesting. Oh, look at that! You can tap the candles and blow them out. So I've been missing land drops. Let's just put some pressure on the opponent. That's got menace. Nope, that's got menace. Alright, no blocks. Alright, so that returned, and what does this do again? Oh yeah, my creatures come in tapped. Okay, who cares? So they can disturb an enchantment. Deal damage, enchant their land, double their land protection, but they're passing. Interesting. So they got 3 mana in total. Okay, finally got my own mana. Let's go here. Let's attack with this 2/3 for the moment. Oh, and then we got the bear. Right, the bear is the truth. That's got menace. Ah, man. Fine. That was a cleave cost, I guess. Exile their disturbed creature. Ha ha ha. The bear does so much. It exiles their thing in the graveyard. It's a death touch. It's a bear. I'm sure they don't have a combat trick here. Whoops. Fine. Alright, we have a 3/3. They have 1 card left in hand. Put some more pressure. Fine. No cards in hand. Hopefully they don't pull anything good, but now I've got, oops, well, that comes in tapped. Okay, I guess that is slightly annoying. That curse is slightly annoying, or that enchantment, or whatever it is. And they're passing. Okay, became night time. That 1 card in hand is probably that one, probably this Fierce Retribution again. If I attack with it, then next turn I get my 4/4 menace. Yeah, let's go for the big game. Alright, then we get a blocker with a 4/4. Well, tapped down. Okay. Have 6 mana left. Halana is a 2/3. Sure. We have 1 less blocker. Okay, even better. Alright, let's just go with a 4/4 menace. Make that stronger. That's a 5/5 with menace as well. That's lethal. They have to block. Double block. And we want to get rid of... Now we'll get rid of the big creature. And 1 more blocker. Not a blocker because it comes in tapped. Double blood. They have 2, I have 12. They get a 1/1 double striker. That gets haste. That does 6 damage, 6, 7, 8. But they're going to stay with blockers. Okay, perfect. Alright, just got to keep putting pressure. We can discard that land. It's got 2, 3 first strike. They're both first strikes. Well, I got indestructible, so... And they're done. Sad suspect. Was the opponent. Yep. Got plenty of land. Could discard, become indestructible. First strike doesn't matter. Got it. Yeah, my hiccups went away. That's good. All I needed was to win a match. 3 wins, 1,200 gems, 3 packs. Let's keep going. Thank you.
This is America. Don't got you slipping up.
That's really cool art. I don't know what card that is, but that character there in the shadows looks really nice. And there's a hand opening the door, and then there's someone coming in from the deep dark woods. Hans is the opponent. That's a deep cut. Right, so nothing until turn 3, but I go first and everything's black. On this latest update, they made the size of these emoji larger to really mess with your opponent. Turn 1 flyer. Wow. I swear. Well, we had flying men since the beginning. 1 mana, 1/1 flyer. But now they get disturbed. Fine, I got a 2/2 flyer. Fourth mana lets me, for the first time, summon Henrika. Yeah, this is the new pet. It's a little vampire bat. Wow. If they spent that much time programming that freaking pet instead of doing better updates to Arena, I'd be happy. Each player sacrifices a creature, you draw a card. Each player sacrifices a creature, transform Henrika. Draw a card, lose a life. Yeah, let's bring that in there. Yeah, Henrika was one of the good ones. At the beginning of combat, choose one that hasn't been chosen, so next turn... Well, if I summon a creature, then I can do the force sacrifice, and then I can do the transform. But then that's a disturb effect. But I don't think she's going to survive. Dimir colors, I'm sure there's plenty of removal, but I need either red mana. Well, if I have one more. Fake. No red mana. Okay. We'll get to that red mana eventually. It's a 5/6 flyer. What's the downside? Flying trample. When an opponent casts a spell, that player creates a... Okay, so I get free blood. Whenever blood attacks, it gets +1 until end of turn for each blood token. Are you kidding me? These cards are so pushed. And then I don't get any removals. So, okay. So that's a 5/6 flyer that is going to get +2/+2 because I've got 2 blood tokens. It's going to get +3/+3 because I've got 2 blood tokens. This is a rare card. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, I create a blood. Whenever this attacks, it gets +1 for each blood I have. Okay, so that's going to get +2. So trample and flying 7/6. You are joking. I don't think I have any way to get rid of that flyer. That should be a mythic rare. That is a very good ability. There's so much blood in this set that just gets so big so fast. A Biolume Egg eventually becomes a 4/4. No more land drops. Okay. This is really bad. I don't have any way to get rid of that flyer. It's just going to get bigger and bigger. And that's not even a good trade because it'll just transform into something better. GG opponent. Too much flyers and not enough removals. So okay. Well, we got some good rewards. Let's go open up those rewards and see what digital things we got. And it's midnight now, so I've been streaming for 4 hours. So I'm probably gonna wind it down in a moment. But we got 1,200 gold, 1,200 gems, 3 boosters. Let's open up all of these amazing boosters. We have 8 boosters, so there we go. And now we got a mythic wild card. We got a really cute lightning wolf. That is the fluffiest, cutest wolf I've ever seen. These thick-furred wolves have adapted to Stencius storms, channeling their energy into bursts of supernatural speeds. I don't know why this card makes me laugh a lot. I know why this card makes me laugh a lot. I blame this guy over here. Alright, and then the rare is a Falconwrath Forebearer. 3 mana, 3/1 flying, cannot block, deals damage, make blood, pay black and 2 bloods, return this to the battlefield. Okay, it keeps coming back to life. Cultivating Colossus. I saw that this is one of the most valuable cards in paper. 7 mana. Trample. This has toughness and power equal to the number of lands you control. So this is going to be a 7/7 with Trample. Well, unless you ramp into it with Llanowar Elves or whatever. When this enters the battlefield, you may put a land card from your hand into the battlefield. If you do, draw a card, repeat the process. Yeah, so definitely, I think I saw on the price guide, this is one of the most valuable cards in the set. It's so fluffy because of all of the electricity. It is so fluffy. All right, let's look right here on what is the value. What are the valuable cards? So these are just digital cards, but in paper, yeah, $28 for this Cultivator Colossus. Necro Duality. Oops, switch you back to the game. Alright, so then we've got Dreamroot Cascade. This enters tapped unless you control 2 or more other lands. So it's one of these check lands, dual land check lands. Persistent Specimen. It's a 1/1 skeleton. 3 mana to return. Headless Rider. 3/1 zombie. Whenever this or another non-token zombie dies, create a zombie. So it makes a zombie. Volatile Arsonist. Human Rearworld 4/4 Menace Haste. Whenever this attacks, it deals 1 damage to each of up to 1 target creature, up to 1 target player, and or 1 target planeswalker. That's really fun. It snipes a Llanowar Elf, it deals 1 damage to the opponent, and then it deals 1 damage to the planeswalker. Hive Heart Shaman 3/5. When this attack, oh yeah, I had this one in my pulls. It was all about tutoring for lands, but it's kind of narrow and limited. Got another wild card. We got another land. Storm Carved Coast. Once again, it's a check land. You need at least 2 or more other lands, and then it's a dual land. Last virtual. Oh, here's the art. Innocent Traveler, 4 mana for 1/3. At the beginning of your upkeep, any opponent may sacrifice a creature. If no one does, transform this. And then when it transforms, you get a 3/3. Malicious Invader gets +2 as long as an opponent controls a human. So it could be a 3/5. I mean, it could be a 5/3 or simply a 3/3. And that was the last. Oh, and then, oops. Whoops, I clicked on it wrong and I didn't see the final rare. Okay, so we'll wrap up the stream by having one more Crack-a-Pack. One final Crack-a-Pack. I'm just going to jump over to the rares and stuff. And then we'll wrap up tonight because I might need to lay down. So, Flame Blessed Bolt. 2 damage. Alchemist's Retrieval. Return non-land permanent. It's a bounce spell. Adamant Will. 2 mana. Give a creature +2 and indestructible. Blood Petal Celebrant. 2 mana. First strike as long as it's attacking. When it dies, create blood. Undying Malice. 1 black instant, return your creature, get a +1. Moldgraph Millipede, we're talking about Millipede and Centipede video games. Blood Crazed Socialite, this one was in my pulls. Create blood. Sanctify. Destroy target artifact. Oh yeah, it's the disenchant. Drogsol Infantry. It's a 2/2. When it dies, it comes back as an enchantment, giving the creature +2. Archghoul of Thraben. 3 mana, a zombie cleric. 3/2. Whenever this or another zombie dies, look at the top one card. If it's a zombie, reveal it, put it into your hand, or else put it in the graveyard. Hero's Downfall. Oh, Hero's Downfall is back. 3 mana, destroy a creature or a planeswalker. That's a murder plus planeswalker. Hero's Downfall was first in Theros, original Theros. They brought it back, it looks like. Distracting Geist. 3 mana, 2/1, Spirit. When this attacks, tap target creature. Okay, so it's got the attack, tap their thing. When this dies, disturb it, comes back as Clever Distraction, enchanted creature, and it gives the same ability to any creature. And the rare is, oh, we've got Old Rutstein, legendary creature, human present. 3 mana, 1/4. This is the waste not, but on a creature. When you mill stuff, you get stuff. And we got a beautiful swamp in black and white. And a foil Rending Flame, uncommon. Nice foil on that. 3 mana, instant. Deals 5 damage to a creature or planeswalker. If that was a spirit, it also deals 2 damage to the opponent's controller. So you deal 5 damage to something, and if it's a spirit, there's a little bit of trample damage, kind of, to the opponent. Brand new tokens for treasures and eyeball. On the back side of that is the joined in unholy matrimony. Innistrad is draped in unending night. Taking advantage of the chaos, vampires demand blood offerings from terrified citizens. Olivia, one of the oldest and most powerful vampires, is moving to seize control of the entire plane using an ancient magical ritual. She'd be honored if you would attend her wedding. Sure. Is there cake? And then the proxy. Alright everyone, time to wrap it up for the night. And the way we'll wrap it up is to enjoy a little bit of Shirley Manson, 1995, dancing as she dances in my dreams with some creepy guy. So we're at the very end of the stream. I'm going to say some stuff that is very private and such, but man, I love redheads. Redheads are nice. And when they dance and they dress and they wear with fuzzy frilly, fuzzy 90s clothing, that's even nicer. And she's like Irish or Scottish or something, and she has a cute accent. This is so 90s. It's a really good song. Great album. Please, Shirley Manson, drive up in your limo and take me away. So I can travel the world with you and make music. And then tuck me in at night. So yeah, let's end the stream at that point before I say more. Before I say too much. So thanks everyone for coming to hang out. If you're still around, Gabe, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out, Mark. Stevie's off to Dreamland at this point. Thanks. Shout out to Teeks and Yoshi9 and everyone. Oh, you're still there, Gabe. Thanks. And yeah, everyone, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete this stream so you don't, so we don't have this evidence of my redhead fetish. And thanks everyone for hanging out. Guess I'll drink the final sip of this. And we survived we survived the great hiccup bout of 2021. We played some Magic, we fought some pirates, we got some gems, we tried the new decks, the new cards. So we got a brand new set, Innistrad, something, something, something. And thanks everyone for coming to hang out. See you next time.